respect your money, and deliver a Scotland that works. That's the Scotland we can build again. But a Scotland that works is about making sure that every child has the best start in life and that their future is shaped by their talent and their effort, not by their postcode. It's about safe, strong communities with visible policing and real action on crime and antisocial behaviour. It's about an economy that creates good jobs, backs Scottish businesses, respects work, and lets you keep more of the money you earn. Because Scotland's story is about opportunity, about fairness, and about giving the next generation a better life than the last. Scotland deserves a government that solves problems, not creates them. One that focuses on delivery, not division. And build a Scotland that works for you, your family, and your community.
We'll now move straight to the debate. Scotland's best days lie ahead. Delegates will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I do want to take as many delegates as possible, so please stick to time. Can I now ask if there's delegates who want to speak, could they please put their hands up? And I'll take questions in groups of three, speakers in groups of three. Gentleman there. Nairn. Is there anyone else? So we've got Nairn, Ewan, take them first. Okay. Nairn, thank you. Please come on stage.
Conference. Nairn Angus MacDonald, a councillor in North Ayrshire and a delegate for Cunningham South. I want to tell you about how I know Scotland's best days lie ahead and how we can defeat the SNP in reform. In North Ayrshire Council, we are the opposition. But because of our new SNP leader's sheer incompetence, we passed the Labour budget on Wednesday. A budget that invests in roads. A budget that stops cuts to teachers, stops cuts to classroom assistants, invests in ASN support, brings back the school crossing patrollers, the SNP cut, invests 1.3 million in council-owned renewable energy. All of that done from opposition. Imagine what we could do in power. Imagine what we could do with a Scottish Labour government. Imagine what we could do with Scottish Labour councils. But we didn't just defeat the SNP. The Reform Group in North Ayrshire Council brought forward a proposal not to cut the 14 teachers the SNP wanted to cut, but to cut 84. The reason they did that was because they're out of ideas. They're desperate to be relevant. And when it came to the vote, Scottish Labour, North Ayrshire Labour's investment budget versus Reform's teachers' cuts, we won. But we won despite the SNP abstaining, because they threw a huff. So see if you Google North Ayrshire right now, you'll see the words North Ayrshire SNP, a picture of our new illustrious SNP council leader Tony Gurney with the words humiliation. Because North Ayrshire Labour stood proud on our values, stood proud on our movement and delivered. So if we can deliver that from opposition, imagine what Anna Sarwar can deliver from power. Imagine what we can deliver in 2027 when we flip councils like North Ayrshire back to Labour and deliver investment and not cuts, deliver for communities, not ignore them. That's what Scotland's future looks like with Scottish Labour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Conference. Ewan Steinbank, Falkirk West CLP and Member of Parliament for Falkirk. Of course, Scotland's best days lie ahead of us. It's because of our party's values rooted in the same values of the ordinary Scot and the ordinary bairn in my constituency. The values of common endeavour, of prosperity regardless of your circumstances, and of community. Our story and our values and the people we work for is the teenager celebrating their exam results with a parent off to start an apprenticeship. Our values the same as the young couple saving for their first house, of the grafters who work for 50 years and then rely on our NHS. With Anna Sarwar as First Minister leading a Scottish Labour government, we will be the party who will work in the interest of the ordinary Scot and restore the desperately needed self-confidence to the Scottish Government which has been eroded under the SNP. And once again, we will have a government that will govern in Scotland's best interests. It is the easy option, Conference, the lazy option, for us to walk around with our heads held down, mimicking the way that the ordinary Scot feels after 19 years of SNP misrule. And it should make us angry when we look around our country. The meek and capacity and weariness of every part of our state apparatus in Scotland. Our council services, as was articulated very well by the councillor from North Ayrshire, are apparent. They're taking a pinched, sharp intake of breath as they face another £500 million in real terms cuts if the SNP are re-elected in May. Our housing emergency is being crystallised by a parochial and amateurish planning system. The top-heavy and analogue NHS that we face in this country have seen Health Board Chief Executive pay rise at the same level as waiting lists that people are getting sicker and sicker waiting on. Our education system is displacing young people into an uncertain job market with no support to help them to the right destination. This SNP failure, I've got to call it for what it is, rightly makes people angry in our country. They've had 19 years of uninterrupted government and have failed to address the real systemic challenges Scotland faces. It makes me angry, Conference. Last year, my community saw the culmination of the SNP's industrial complacency when their taxpayer-funded scheme for Chinese manufacturing risked 400 jobs and, for the first time in a century, bus manufacturing in our community. With the political firepower and charisma of Anna Sarwar, as well as the endeavour of our Scotland Office ministers, we managed from a place of opposition to shame them into unprecedented action over a year after they found out that that factory was at risk. But plastering over the issue in the way that they did and paying people to sit at home for 6 months does not address the core issue. Scotland needs an industrial strategy that we know only a Scottish Labour government and a Scottish Labour Party can and will deliver. This is a party with candidates in every corner of our great nation, Scotland, who are ready to take on the challenges if we're privileged to serve in government. This is a party with a plan for Scotland's industry, a party with a plan for Scotland's schools, a plan for Scotland's housing, a party with a plan for Scotland's council services. In Falkirk East and Linlithgow, we have our fantastic candidate Siobhan Patterson, bringing her passion after a lifetime of fighting for children, young people and women, and the most disadvantaged in society. Paul Godzik in Falkirk West will bring experience and empathy to the plight of residents and people and their families in the social care sector. In the 8 weeks we have until the election conference, we must unite in this mission to see the end of this SNP government. And we, Scottish Labour and Anna Sarwar as First Minister, are the only party fighting to replace them. As my granny used to say, what's for you will no go by you. And we cannot let this chance to change the government and change our country go by us, Conference. Between now and May, let's get out on the doors, let's get out on the high streets, let's get out on the airwaves, let's get with our head held high to fight for the replacement of this Scottish government, to see Anna Sarwar as First Minister and a Scottish Labour government when we wake up on the 8th of May. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much to Nairn and Ewan there. I can take another round of speakers if you can raise your hand. Matthew? Matt. Is there anyone else? Raise your hands. Nope. Do you want to come to the stage? Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Matthew McGowan, candidate for Cunningham North. Scotland's best days lie ahead, I believe that because under Scottish Labour, with a new direction and a renewed sense of purpose, that future is possible. This will benefit every town, every harbour, every community, including Ardrossan. For generations, Ardrossan Harbour has been more than concrete and steel. It's been a lifeline, a gateway and a source of pride. It's connected families, powered businesses and linked the mainland to the Isle of Arran through one of Scotland's most vital ferry routes. Yet today, that lifeline is under threat, not because of geography or lack of need, but because of lack of investment. When infrastructure is allowed to stand still while the world moves on, communities pay the price. Modern ferries have been built, but the harbour was not upgraded to accommodate them. Services have been diverted. Visitors who once stepped off into the heart of Ardrossan now arrive elsewhere, and when footfall drops, so do shop takings, so do cafe receipts, so does confidence. This is not just about boats docking in the wrong place, it's about opportunity docking somewhere else. Ardrossan is a town with enormous potential, proud, resilient, hard-working, but potential alone does not create jobs, it does not fill high streets, it does not convince young people to build their futures here. Investment does that, vision does that, action does that, and when that action doesn't come from the top, sometimes something powerful happens at the bottom. We've seen a grassroots movement, ordinary residents, business owners, campaigners standing up and saying enough, and I've been proud to be part of that campaign, and they're not asking for special treatment, they're asking for fairness, for clarity, for commitment. They're asking that decisions about Ardrossan are not delayed into oblivion while livelihoods hang in the balance. This sends a message far beyond the harbour. Communities will not quietly accept managed decline. It says people will understand that infrastructure shapes destiny, and it says Scotland's future must be built from the ground up as well as the top down. Let's be clear, when we talk about national prosperity, it cannot be concentrated only in our biggest cities. It must reach our coastal towns, our island gateways, our working communities. A thriving Ardrossan strengthens North Ayrshire, and a strong North Ayrshire can strengthen Scotland. Investing in Ardrossan Harbour is not a cost, it's a commitment to jobs, to tourism, to reliable connectivity, to environmental sense, reducing unnecessary travel and inefficiency, and above all, a commitment to dignity, the dignity of a community that knows its worth. Scotland's best days will not arrive by accident. They will arrive because we choose to invest, because we choose to listen, because we choose to back the towns that this country built, and that's what we can do with a new direction in May with Anna Starwar as First Minister. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can I take another speaker? If you raise your hand. Aidan? No. No. Oh. Brian, do you want to come up the roster? Thank you very much.
So, Conference, thank you very much for the opportunity. This is either going to be the best speech I've ever given or the worst speech that I've ever given. It's great to be here today. My name is Brian McGinley and I'm here for the prospective candidate for Ayr constituency. Why do I think that we have a great opportunity to create a future that is good for Scotland? I want to just make three distinct points. One is that Scotland has been lulled for the last 20 years into a sense of ideology that isn't helpful for Scotland. And I say that when people follow ideology, they make decisions not based on what's best for the people, not based on what the evidence says, but they make decisions, poor decisions, bad decisions, based on what they think is best for them. What I think Scottish Labour will do, if we get the opportunity, is we will empower Scotland for the whole of Scotland, not just for the small sections that are our individual supporters. I think that's so important because when you become a government, I think it's important you deliver for everyone, and that's what helps to make a good quality of life for all. The second thing I wanted to say was that, as well as that ideology, Scotland needs practical solutions to the problems we face. And if we use our time, as we've been doing, to make those understandable challenges, not cover them up, not pretend they don't exist, but to focus on the real solutions for the short term, the medium term and the long term, then again we will get the credibility and we will tackle the systems, tackle the inertia, tackle the problems that have been hidden for far too long that Scotland are facing. So we have good policies, we have a good way of working, we have some really, really talented prospective MSPs, and we will work as a team to make that happen with the help of the people of Scotland. And the last thing I want to say is Anis Sarwar is a great leader. Now, they might think I'm just sucking up to him, but there are very few people in my lifetime. I grew up in poverty, and I had to work, run, sweat harder than anybody else to get where I ended up. Not that it was that far anyway, but you know, I worked with young people and across the west of Scotland, in Easterhouse and Barlanark and Maryhill and all the places you can mention. And as a youth worker, I worked tremendously hard because I knew how hard it was for these people to get out of where they were at. So I did everything in my power, and the results, the outcomes were good for that particular basis. Youth work doesn't get enough recognition that it deserved. But what I would say is that Anis Sarwar cares, he understands, and he's smart. There are very few people in this world that I've come across that I could truly say was a mentor, somebody who I understood and believed in. And I stand here today not for my own purposes. Yes, to represent my area of Ayr, Prestwick and Troon, but I stand behind a man who has dedicated so much, and anyone in this room who knows Anis Sarwar knows that he works 100%. I would say 110, but that's not possible. But he does work 100% day and daily to make this opportunity. And we have a chance here. We need to support him. And I commend, under Anis Sarwar's leadership, that we will go forward on the 7th of May and deliver a change for Scotland that it desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've still got time for some speakers if people want to raise their hands. Yeah, if you want to come to the stage, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Sun Robson. I'm the youth delegate for Edinburgh Southern. I don't have any notes, so apologies if it's a bit stammery or anything. I know Scotland's best days lie ahead because I know that Anis Sarwar, as First Minister, will invest in young people. I'm lucky to attend Boroughmuir High School. It's one of the top state schools in the country. And I've been given the chance to study so many amazing subjects like economics and philosophy. And I originally am not from that area. I'm from a different part called South House. And people from South House, people from where I'm from originally, we don't get to study those things. We don't get to have those opportunities in life. And it's not about saying that one thing's better than the other. But I know that only Scottish Labour will invest properly in young people. We'll give them every opportunity to study not just history and geography, but to study philosophy and economics. Not just to study biology and chemistry, but engineering. Not just maths, but statistics. And that's the things I've been given in my life and have the opportunity to. I know that Scottish Labour will invest in young people, unlike the SNP, who have consistently failed young people in education every single time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I see raised hands for speakers? Can you see? Thank you. But, okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the delegates that spoke in that debate, and that now concludes our first debate. Can I now ask Daniel Johnson, MSP, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for the Economy, Business, Fair Work and Transport, to open our next debate.
Thank you very much, Conference Secretary. Before I say anything, could I just pay tribute to Struan, one of my delegates from Edinburgh Southern. I thought he did an absolutely cracking job. So, Conference, I had a speech written, but I'm not going to read it out because I started on my way over on the M8, driving my car, realising I'm too angry to give this speech. I am so angry and frustrated about the failure of this SNP government and the way they are squandering Scotland's economic potential and economic future, and we cannot stand for it. Now, normally in an economic speech, we use lots of numbers. I'm not going to, but there's just a few I'd like to begin with. First of all, on GVA, which is a measure of productive output, Scotland is now projected to have the second lowest GVA growth across the United Kingdom. And it's not just GVA. On jobs growth, Scotland has got the lowest jobs growth of any part, any nation or region of the United Kingdom. And don't just take my words for it. Look at the Scottish Fiscal Commission's figures. They say there is a performance gap of £1.1 billion. That performance gap is a measure of what tax revenue we are losing because of the failure to grow the economy. £1.1 billion. The wages lost will be even higher than that. And that's the problem. Economic growth isn't some notion, some theoretical concept. It is built on wages, it is built on jobs, it is about opportunity, it is about potential, and when you squander economic growth, you are squandering people's life chances. But what do you expect? After 19 years of a nationalist government, a government who believes in separation, who believes in division, who believes in pitting about one place against another, what do you expect other than decline? But there is a different way of looking at things. Now, I don't think that economic policy is built on glossy brochures, working groups, task forces, all the other things that they spit out. I've got a sort of simpler way of looking at it. In my office, I've got a big map, and I scribble all over the map all the time. And it's partly because I think if you look at a map, you see things more clearly. And what I see is this. I think Scotland has three fundamental and basic economic building blocks, starting with the Central Belt. Now, the SNP don't like talking about the Central Belt. They talk it down. They use it as a dirty phrase. But I tell you this, in the Central Belt, you can produce anything from cement in concrete in Dunbar to space satellites in Clydebank and do everything in between, including here in Paisley. Now, sorry, this is a bit of a ranty speech, but here's the joke. Anas Sarwar will tell you the best thing that Paisley produces is dentists. Well, and maybe he's not wrong. But look, just a couple of miles from here, you have Scotland's advanced manufacturing cluster, where we can build amazing things. That's the Central Belt. And right next door to the Central Belt is our second most important, second most significant asset, our wide open space. From the rich, fertile, rural land of East Lothian to the productive forests of Dumfries and Galloway, which is also where our gateway to Ireland and the European market lies. And in the north, the Highlands, with the mountains, with whisky production, the Black Isle, where we've taken our geography and created the North Coast 500, an amazing tourist asset. That is what our wide open space can represent. And thirdly, but perhaps most importantly, our coast and our islands, from fishing to aquaculture, In the waves of the North Sea, we have grown a capability to do engineering in the harshest of environments in the oil and gas sector, but that can also be the platform for our energy future. But if your vision, if your focus is on division, not connections, on separation rather than building links, you will never realise the ambition. And that is what 19 years of the SNP has brought us. And the difference the Scottish Labour government will break is this. We will bring forward regional devolution so that we can have economic delivery devolved from Holyrood, delivered at a local level. We will make skills a part of every level and tier of education. So no matter if your education is academic or practical, you will have skills qualifications are relevant to you. We will harness the power of the college sector, making sure that no college course is disconnected from jobs, and that we measure the success of our college sector not in certificates, but in the jobs that it creates. And most critically, we will slim down the centre. We will cut down the number of quangos so we can have economic focus at the centre, but delivery at a regional level. But most importantly, economic policy will be front and centre of every government policy, because we as Labour know that the power of government to influence the economy spreads right the way across public sector delivery. Now, this is a ranty speech. I make no apologies for that. But perhaps we need to be careful. We can't afford to be angry. We must be focused. This election is so important because it's not about us. It's not about our party. It's about our country. Because after 19 years of division and decline, we need to change the script. We need to change Scotland's story. So let me say this. This election, Scotland deserves a choice. Scotland needs a choice. Scotland needs a new direction. It needs change. Scotland needs a new government. And colleagues, if you want to calm me down a bit, I urge you to do this. Go out there, have those conversations, knock those doors, deliver those leaflets, convince people, tell people about what we want to do, why we want to do it. Because this election may not be about us, but I say this, and I am convinced of this. If you want a change in government, if you want a change in direction, only Scottish Labour can deliver it. So I am convinced of this. Scotland needs a Scottish Labour government, but Scotland needs its future back. Thank you, conference. I'm going to go away and calm down.
Thank you, Daniel, for that very rousing speech and opening our debate on creating new jobs and delivering the skills for the future. Again, I'd like to invite delegates from the floor to speak. Please. Oh, sorry, we're going to a short video first. Craig's keeping me right.
For 2 decades, Scottish politics has been an economics-free zone.
The reason why we asked Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli, Scotland's leading economist, to look at this important work is because we are determined to do things differently.
I'm delighted to be here at the Trades Hall in Glasgow with Professor Sir Anton Muscatelli. We have just launched a major new report into regional economic development which looks at the landscape right across Scotland. Scotland has so much economic potential, so why is our economy at a standstill? For 2 decades, Scottish politics has been an economics-free zone. Economic growth is what drives our society. It's what pays for our schools, our hospitals, and our policing. Professor Muscatelli's report makes clear that the SNP have deprioritised economic growth, meaning our services suffer.
For far too many politicians, it is felt as if social justice only means talking about social policy and not an understanding that if you want to deliver successful social policy, it has to be backed up with a successful and growing economy.
That's why Scottish Labour is determined to learn from economic experts like Professor Muscatelli. As First Minister, I will put economic growth at the heart of everything a Scottish Government does. We're going to use the economic levers in Scotland to deliver the social change our country needs, because we are going to grow our economy to improve living standards and transform our public services. And that's what I'm determined to do as First Minister.
if you could now raise your hands if you would like to speak in the debate. Of the lady there, and then Ryan. If you just want to come to the side of the stage. Thank you.
Lynn Davis, Unite the Union. Conference. You only have to look at the events of recent months to see why we urgently need a serious industrial strategy. INEOS, Grangemouth, Alexander Dennis, the hemorrhaging of jobs in the North Sea and Mossmorn. These are not isolated events, they are symptoms of deeper structural problems, decades of industrial decline driven by blind faith in the free market. In Ayrshire, when the Scottish Affairs Select Committee looked at the local economy, it became a story of loss. Large unionised employers, Mason Ferguson, Monsanto, BMK, Johnny Walker, gone. Others taken over and stripped back. ICI, Roche, Beecham's, casualties of mergers, profit extraction and the transfer of work overseas. Sunrise industries in IT, such as Compact and Digital and Fullerton, now gone. And alongside all the closure of the pits, once thriving communities turned into industrial wastelands, leaving multiple social inequalities, despair and a loss of hope. We have relied for too long on handling our grants and contracts with little or no strings attached. Take Scotland Wind. Not only was our seabed undervalued, but multinationals are only expected to meet 25% of local supply chain commitments, and if they fail, a fine of £250,000. That's not industrial strategy, it's industrial sabotage. In the Morning Star, Richard Leonard highlighted that so much of Scotland's productive economy is now privately owned and increasingly owned by overseas individuals. This has been courted and incentivised by the SNP. In 2023, 34% of employment in large private companies in Scotland was in firms owned abroad. Conference, when ownership is elsewhere, decisions are also taken elsewhere. Investment decisions, production decisions and closure decisions. And our communities pay the price while the profits flow out. That is why we must be bolder. We need procurement rules that prioritise social and economic value, not simply who bids the cheapest. Contracts should be awarded on the basis of job retention, creation, quality wages, conditions, trade union recognition and collective bargaining. It should be entirely possible to require bus operators to order from Alexander Dennis. Sustaining skilled manufacturing jobs right here in Scotland. Council should be supported to bring bus services under municipal control, protecting our routes and our communities. Conference, we need a coherent industrial strategy. We need political will for direct public investment, and we must recognise the simple truth. You cannot fully control what you don't own. Ownership must be back on the agenda. Cooperative, municipal and public ownership, including the public ownership of our energy, to support economic development and tackle fuel poverty. If we are serious about rebuilding industry, protecting jobs and delivering a just transition, then we must be prepared not just to regulate the market, but also to shape it, and when necessary, to own it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Conference. Ryan Thomas Quinn here on behalf of Scottish Labour students. I want to talk to you today about colleges because I think you'll all agree that they are the bedrock of economies and communities across Scotland. They are where the talent of the working class is allowed to flourish. They train our plumbers, our electricians, our care workers, our engineers, and even our nurses. But yet, year after year, the SNP have forced them to do more with less. Budgets have been slashed, staff are overworked, and courses are disappearing. And make no mistake, it is students, especially those of us from working class communities, who are forced to pay the price. Conference, that's not stronger for Scotland. That is an absolute disgrace. Because let me be clear, cutting resources to colleges isn't fiscal responsibility. It isn't reform. It's shutting the door on opportunity. It's starving the working class of success. And frankly, it is gambling with the future of our country. Because we know that our education system must work for all, because we know that talent is found all over our country, not depending on your background. But after nearly 2 decades of this SNP government, Scotland is more unequal, our public services are under pressure, and our colleges and universities are fighting for survival. Conference, if you want real change in Scotland, you're not going to get it from the SNP. You're not going to get it from Lord Offord, Farage and his cronies in Reform. You're going to get it from Anas Sarwar, and you're going to get it from a Scottish Labour government. Because, Conference, we have no choice but to win May's election, because only Scottish Labour will rebuild our colleges, because only Scottish Labour has a plan to back our universities, and because only Scottish Labour has a plan to unlock the potential of every learner in Scotland. Conference, let's hit the doorsteps. Let us deliver a new direction for Scotland and an education system that is worthy of our talented people. Thank you.
Thank you to our first 2 delegates who spoke. Can anyone else who wants to speak in the debate raise their hands? Cheryl, would you like to come forward? And Matthew? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, if you just want to come to stage, thank you.
Sherlan Cruikshank, Scottish Labour and Cooperative PPC for Dundee East. Colleagues, friends and cooperators, Scotland stands at an economic crossroads. And the Muscatelli report makes one thing unmistakably clear. We are not short of talent, ambition or ideas. What we lack is alignment, coherence and the courage to act with long-term purpose. For too long, under the SNP, our economic development system has been cluttered, overlapping agencies, competing priorities and short political cycles which pull us off course. Businesses feel it, communities feel it, and families feel it most of all. When systems are confusing, when decisions are slow, when investment is uncertain, it is children and young people who pay the highest price. The Muscatelli report calls for something profoundly simple: clarity of purpose and consistency of action. Not another strategy, not another restructure, but a commitment to align our tax policy, our regional development and our innovation system so they actually work together, not against each other. It tells us that Scotland's productivity gap is not inevitable. It is a choice shaped whether we empower regions to lead their own growth, a choice shaped by whether we invest in innovation and research at the scale our universities and industries are capable of delivering, a choice shaped by whether our tax decisions support rather than discourage the high-value jobs that we want to attract. And it tells us something else. Place matters. Growth doesn't happen in spreadsheets. It happens in Dundee, in Paisley, in Inverness, in our islands and rural towns. It happens when local leaders have the tools, the trust and the long-term certainty to build the future their communities deserve. So the question for all of us is this: are we willing to build an economy that is coherent, confident and fair? Are we willing to stop tinkering around the edges and start aligning our decisions with the outcomes we say we value? Are we willing to put children, families and communities at the centre of economic policy? Not as an afterthought, but as the measure of success. Because economic growth is not an abstract concept. It is the difference between a child having opportunities or barriers, between a young person staying in their community or leaving it, between a family living with dignity or living with constant strain. The Muscatelli report gives us a blueprint, but the blueprint is only as strong as our willingness to act on it. So let's choose alignment over fragmentation, let's choose long-term investment over short-term noise, let's choose regional empowerment over centralised caution, and let's choose an economy that works for the people who need it most. Scotland has everything it needs to thrive. Now we need the courage to build the system that allows it by electing a Scottish Labour government on May 7th and Anna Sarwar as First Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl Ann, and she's one of our fantastic Scottish Parliament candidates that we have.
Good morning, Conference. Matthew Lee, Scottish Labour Party and Co-op Party candidate for Aberdeen, Deeside and North Kincardine. Also first-time speaker at Conference. Unsurprisingly, a candidate from Aberdeen wants to talk about oil and gas this morning. One of the most important things that a government can do is create new jobs and develop the economy, but it's also really important that we protect existing jobs too. And in Aberdeen and the wider North East, that means oil and gas jobs. Oil and gas jobs are high skill, they're high paid, they're often unionised, and that's the kind of conditions that as Labour people we want to see. And oil and gas is absolutely vital to Aberdeen's economy, to the North East economy, but also to Scotland's economy too. And it's not just people going offshore, it's in the supply chain all the way down, creating skilled jobs that protect people's livelihoods. And oil and gas workers aren't Luddites, they aren't trying to push back the tide. They do recognise that a transition is coming, but they want to secure their futures, their livelihoods, and also ensure that future generations of Scots can work in the energy industry as well. And that's where skills policy comes in from a devolved perspective. As a previous speaker mentioned, colleges are absolutely vital. They're places where people develop their skills, but they're also engines of social progress and mobility. And as we know, the SNP has gutted FE in Scotland, and it's absolutely vital that Labour revitalises it, and I'm sure under Anna Sarwar we will. And the party's right to say that skills policy needs to be industry-led. We need to collaborate with industry, and it also has to be person-focused to make sure that people get the skills that they need. And we've got loads of great policies worth shouting about. For example, spending all of Scotland's share of the apprenticeship levy, something that the SNP has singularly failed to do. That's the type of basic thing we need to get on with in government. We need to make sure that there are skills for schools programmes so that young learners understand the type of careers that they can have when they move on from school, and making sure that they get to the right destination. Also making sure that there's good skills and careers advice to make sure that energy jobs are attractive propositions for people. We also have to make sure that people who go through the graduate apprenticeship route can get into the energy industry as well. One of the crucial things that we can do from a devolved perspective is ensure that we have digital skills passports. Now, that might sound a bit wonkish and a bit boring, but in the oil and gas and wider energy industry, it's absolutely vital because people have already got skills. If you go offshore, you know how to do engineering in an offshore setting. Well, why is there so much friction when people try to move from oil and gas into renewables? It's because the skill systems don't talk to each other, and having that skills passport would be an easy route from oil and gas into renewables if people choose to do that. And I believe that if we get this policy prescription right, Scotland will benefit from a new green energy revolution, while also allowing people to enjoy prosperous and secure careers in established sectors. And I also really hope that we can see some movement on the Energy Profits Levy in upcoming fiscal events. I believe that there's a genuine opportunity here for Scotland that's too important to miss. If we get this right, we can grasp the opportunity to harness Scotland's wind and wave power while also protecting all the skills that we've developed over the decades in oil and gas. So let's go ahead, let's grasp that opportunity and let's give a new direction to Scotland's economy. Thank you.
We'll have another round of speakers if people can raise their hands if they wish to speak.
I warn you, if you don't put your hands up, I'll just get to the podium and speak again.
Thank you.
Morning Conference, Lisa Willis, here as a delegate on behalf of Usdaw Union. We represent some of the lowest paid and underrepresented workers in our society. Low pay, insecure work, statutory rights, the list goes on. Labour Party have been in power for over a year now, and already we've seen the start of the implementation of the Employment Rights Act. Receiving statutory sick pay from day one, to some this would seem normal, but not for many working people. To lose 3-day pay to sickness puts many families into food, heating, or just general poverty. This part of the ERA will protect the most vulnerable workers. Abolition of fire and rehire. This abhorrent practice being abolished is massive. We can't actually imagine what it feels like to have the threat of fire and rehire hanging over your head for 3, 4, 5 years. We can ask some of our members how that feels. Contracts that reflect the hours that you actually work. Having a contract at 8 hours is, you can't even get a mobile phone contract. You may work 30 hours a week, but you don't get holidays based on that, you don't get sick pay based on that, you don't get anything based on that 30 hours because it's only your contract. I certainly couldn't pay bills or a mortgage based on an 8-hour contract. But this will give thousands of workers financial growth and stability. Trade union access, giving the voiceless a voice, improving terms and conditions, and having somewhere where workers can go. Conference, this is just the start of what the party in Westminster have delivered. Just imagine what a Scotland led by an Sarwar would look like. A First Minister with Scotland at the heart of everything he does. A Scottish government who wants to build communities, improve workers' rights, and create new jobs and skills for the future, but with those creating these new jobs, making them fit for purpose, with proper rights, with proper trade union access, with collective bargaining, and no more of the statutory minimum contracts that we see every single day. But to build a proper future for Scotland, to build the communities, to build a fit-for-purpose social welfare and protect our NHS, our most valuable asset. Where the SNP want to continue to cause division and simply have one priority, we all know what that is. We need to do everything that we can to deliver a Scottish Government with an Sarwar as the First Minister and so many of the fantastic candidates in this room. Personally, my kids have never known a Labour government. My kids have been, well, my son's 21, it's been SNP for most of his life. But without a Labour government, I would not be standing here today. As a young parent, a very young single parent, when the Labour Party introduced family tax credits, that allowed me to work, that allowed me to have secure,
properly funded and affordable childcare for my daughter, to allow me to carve out a career which has enabled me to stand here today as a trade union organiser on behalf of Elsdall Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Could you raise your hand if you wish to speak? James, if you come on to the stage. And Johnny, if you want to come to the side, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kath. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Dalgleish. I'm a councillor in Edinburgh and the prospective parliamentary candidate for Edinburgh Central at May's elections. Scotland is rich in talent, ambition and potential, but right now the skills system under the SNP government is failing learners, workers and industry alike. At a time when the economy is changing faster than ever, too many people are being left without the training they need. Too many businesses are struggling to find the skills that they depend on. Scottish Labour has set out a clear plan to transform Scotland's skills so it fits the modern economy and maximises opportunities for all, including our young people who are being held back from a prosperous life by this SNP government. We must unlock the potential of young people in every part of our country to ensure key sectors and industries have the skilled workforce they need now. We can do this by offering a system that is industry-led, with employers at the heart and a clear focus on the needs of the economy and the individuals, widening access to opportunity to support young people into better work through high-quality training and reskilling. This approach must also be flexible and it must be dynamic, capable of responding to rapid changes in the shaping world of work. Crucially, a successful skills system must start early. We need meaningful engagement with children during their formative years and throughout their educational journey to provide role models across industry. So rather than a postcode lottery that relies on engaging individuals, every school should be actively connected to businesses and to industry, showing young people from all backgrounds that exciting and rewarding careers are open to them. If we continue with the status quo, we'll see widening skill gaps, low growth, weak productivity and widening inequality. Our ambition is greater. We want Scotland to become a world leader in the green economy and technological innovation, creating secure, well-paid jobs in every part of the country, building a stronger future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much, Conference. John Carson from the Communication Workers Union and also a councillor in Glasgow City Council and Deputy Leader of the Labour Group in Glasgow City Council. Like a previous speaker, I kind of came up to make a comment, though the headline says new jobs, to make a comment on protecting old jobs and how important it is to protect some of our old jobs, particularly representing postal workers right across the country. You know, the postal workers that I've met in my life, that I've worked alongside, are some of the best people that I've ever met. And we all acknowledge that the Royal Mail in particular at one time provided an incredibly stable job for so many working class people, gave them the opportunity to develop their skills in a whole host of areas. What might have been seen as an unskilled manual job actually trained people up, gave them apprenticeships in various areas like engineering, like driving, like in administrative skills over a very long time. And many of the colleagues that I worked alongside as well had trades that had managed to go through colleges, who came in, who had paint and decorating, carpentry, whatever it may have been, but came into Royal Mail for a bit of stability and used that stability to build life opportunities for themselves. But as you know, the company was sold in 2013 by the Conservative and Liberal Democrat government, and since that time the shareholders in Royal Mail took £1 billion out of the company and put it in their own pockets. It is now in a situation, as you all know, of severe decline and severe challenges. But of course, the Labour government that we elected in 2024, for the first time since privatisation, has taken a meaningful stake back in Royal Mail in order to protect the national interest. And they are working with the Communication Workers Union to obviously build on that, to protect jobs, to protect skills, to protect opportunities, and to obviously tackle the difficulties are there. And our government has a proud history of trying to do that, because we recognise that these local jobs are essential to local communities and the services that they provide, where other public services have obviously been declining. And that is at the heart of community wealth building and policies that our party has signed up to. And we have seen that in Glasgow as well, with the development of city building. And in the recent budget, it was an absolute priority for Glasgow Labour councillors to protect city building, protect apprenticeships, to protect jobs and skills that recycle once again into some of the most deprived communities right across Scotland. And that is in the face of an SNP government that has cut college education by 20%. That is in the face of a house building crisis where we can't build enough houses, that we have a skill shortage because of the structural damage that the Scottish National Party has done to our country since 2007, and that we've got obviously a big job to overturn that. That is a Scottish National Party that when Glasgow and Edinburgh declared housing emergencies, they cut the housing budget by 25%. That is who we are up against, and that is something that should drive us every single day to get out there on the doors, to go out and speak to the people in communities and show them there can be a different way, there can be a better way. That when you see the New Deal for Workers, the Employment Rights Act, what we have managed to achieve so far, what we can achieve in the future, we know that Labour can make a difference. And with Anas Sarwar as First Minister, and Anas being my local constituency candidate, I can honestly say the best candidate in the country, obviously. With Anas as First Minister, we can achieve that, we can make a difference, and we can change the lives of working people in this country. Thank you.
Thank you to all our fantastic speakers in that debate. We now conclude the debate on creating jobs and skills for the future. And we're now going to have a panel on keeping our communities safe with Polly McNeill, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Justice, Katie Clark, Spokesperson for Community Safety, and Karen McCluskey, Chief Executive of Community Justice Scotland. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Polly McNeill. I am Scottish Labour's Criminal Justice Spokesperson.
Hi, my name's Katie Clark. I'm Scottish Labour's Spokesperson on Community Safety.
So we are delighted to be hosting a panel. We thought we'd do something a bit different than a keynote speech because I think the subject matter is of interest, and I think it's really important that we, as a party, are seen to go into the details of policies which we might be addressing in government. I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Karen McCluskey, who is our guest speaker. She's the Chief Executive of Community Justice Scotland. She was the Director of the Violence Reduction Unit set up by a Labour government. She's also on the board of the SPFL. Actually, she does a lot of things, and she's a forensic psychologist. I've known Karen for many years, and what I know about Karen is that she's incredibly passionate about her work. Now, we know, as spokespersons, me and Katie, that the public are cynical about community justice, but our prisons are full, and that's why this SNP government, I think, have mismanaged it to the point where they're releasing prisoners early. But it leads to the question of, well, if not imprisonment, then what do we do with offenders if we don't jail them? So that's why community justice is such an important issue for a Labour government. So I'm going to start off with the first question to Karen. Statistics, Karen, I know you're familiar with, but just for the audience purposes, I'm going to read them out. Of those released from custody in 2021, 42.8% were reconvicted within 1 year. And of those given a community pay-by order, the most common community sentence, 28% were reconvicted within a year. Shorter custodial sentences have a higher conviction rate than longer sentences, and in 2021, the cohort with sentences of 3 months or less had a reconviction rate of 62.8%. So, those are the facts. Karen, I know this is the heart of the matter, perhaps for you, if you'd like to maybe address that question first.
Oh. So firstly, I've forgotten my glasses. So everything else, so I'm glad Pauline's read all these out. So it's really interesting. If you cut me in half, I'd have prevention right the way through me. You know, it's the work I did in violence reduction, etc., was trying to prevent offending happening in the first place. And when people ask me about community justice, I'll say to them, it's about, and particularly my mum, who's always saying, what's that community justice thing? I'll say, my job is to stop offending for the first, the third, or the 70th time. And actually, what the stats that you just read out there, about, you know, almost 70% of people, once you get a sentence of 3 months, 70% of people come out and reoffend. I mean, who knew? I know people who are serving a life sentence in instalments, continually in and out, you know, addicted to drugs, terrible mental health issues, etc. And we put them into prisons where it's really busy and they don't have time to rehabilitate or address some of the challenges and the drivers that get them in there. But actually the evidence around community justice, and you read some of it out, is actually we've got much better stats if we support people in the community, allow them to repay the harm that they've done by unpaid work. And there was something like 12.5 million hours of unpaid work has been done by 2011. Now, it's not visible enough to communities, and that's part of my job. I should be making it more visible. But it's the equivalent of something like 490 people working full-time every week of the year, trying to repay the harm in communities. So it works, but you have to address the other issues. I mean, my life is full of people who are saturated by drugs and alcohol, you know, who've got untreated mental health issues. And that's difficult because it keeps on bringing them back into the system. And that's why, you know, prison for lower level offending is not the right place to be. But I just want to say, because I always have to say this, I was in the police for a very long time. I dealt with some really violent people. There's people I'm scared of, but you need to jail those you're afraid of and not those you're mad at, you know? So let's think about the people that we can keep in communities and do a bit of problem solving to get them into jobs, get them into work, you know, keeping their families together.
Could I just ask you another question
You can.
on that, Karen? The public are cynical about community sentences, and in fact, if you talk to sheriffs, quite often they don't think that the community payback orders are robust enough. Do you think that is what needs to be addressed here to make, I suppose, more confidence in the fact that a community sentence is something which actually will make a difference?
Yeah, I suppose it is, and I mean that's part of my job. I don't have a massive comms budget, so coming here to speak to you and telling you about what community justice do, it's quite hidden. So I don't have a big G4S van that takes you to a big building and people say we don't wear uniforms. So lots of it's really quiet. So some of the sheriffs, and I do a lot in problem-solving courts, you know, use a lots of community sentences. But sometimes it depends about the services that are in the local area. So, you know, if you've got good mental health services, or, you know, I'm quite passionate about rehab and getting people off drugs and alcohol. If they've got good opportunities to get into treatment when they develop agency, you know that when you wake up and just think, I'm going to change my behaviour. If there's a quick turnaround, I mean, the changes that you'll see in people's lives are extraordinary. But I understand that sheriffs sometimes get a bit frustrated. You know, they'll think, this is what I'd like to do with this person, but it's going to take too long to get them in. Or there's, you know, it's not immediate enough. Or sometimes that's about us, and I have to bear some responsibility, is telling them what's around. I've done a big, you know, it's what's called a community services directory, mapping what's in local areas. So, you know, services for veterans, services for people that are in drugs, services for women who are often caught up in the criminal justice system, have children removed, but have come from domestic abuse situations and are incredibly vulnerable. You know, you can hate the crime, but there's a person behind it that sometimes you have to be able to turn that around.
Thank you. Katie.
Yes, I'd like to ask a little bit more about the services that are actually available in different parts of Scotland, because I don't need to tell this audience that councils have had substantial real terms cuts in their budgets since 2010, and councillors tell me they're simply not able to provide the range of services locally that they would like to in terms of community justice, but also the third sector also has had its budget significantly cut. So Karen, could you maybe say a little bit more about whether these alternatives to custody are actually available to the courts?
So listen, I want to say one thing. It costs £53,000 a year to keep somebody in jail. You can build as many jails if you like, and but I'll just tell you that if that worked, America would have no crime. But it's not a low-cost, no-cost option. Community justice, I mean, I deal with really complicated people. I mean, I've seen fabulous transformation. I see people getting into work and paying tax and looking after their kids and their families. But there needs to be the services around. There's been extra money put into community justice because we know that we need to change from just jailing people for very short periods of time and getting them into the communities. But it's also a role for the third sector, and you mentioned them. I volunteer for the Simon community in homelessness, and people will know about the housing crisis that we've got. That's a real challenge. We talked about short-term sentences earlier on. We run a sort of through care service for people coming out of prison. 40% of people who come out of prison will go into homelessness. Now, sometimes that is a cliff edge. I mean, and it's difficult. I mean, how do I say to people, how do you maintain, stay on the straight and narrow when you haven't got a house over your head, or you're surrounded by people who are taking drugs when you want to try and remain sober or abstinent? That's a real challenge. And for my colleagues in the third sector, and I'm really passionate about the third sector, because I think they're so much flexible sometimes than public services are. Do you know what I mean? They can turn on a sixpence. They can do things that we can't and then get to people because they have an equal relationship. And I really am concerned about the third sector. I see them, they've cut their wages, they don't get the cost of living increase, and they're incredibly challenged. And I mean, I think they're as close to being magic without being magic. And we need more of them, in communities. So, yes, of course, I'm always going to say you need more money in community services, because I suppose it's what will transform us, And I see that across the country in both England and Wales and up here. It's a sort of national, we seem to love prison. We seem to love prison. We think the answer to everything is just build more prisons. And it's not. The evidence tells you it's something different.
And of course, Scotland has got the highest levels of people in prison in Europe. We've got the highest number of people in remand. So that's people, obviously, that haven't been convicted of anything as yet. And we also have very, very high numbers of women in prison. So Scottish Labour has been very focused on what we do about that, and the alternatives have got to be available. But when you start to look into it, it becomes quite staggering, the fact that many of those options aren't really available. So, for example, in terms of electronic monitoring, it seems to us that we're lagging decades behind England, or indeed many other European countries. For example, we're still not really using what's called GPS electronic monitoring, which is the tracking of prisoners. So could you maybe say something about the role of electronic monitoring, but also we know, for example, from freedom of information responses that we've received, that the compliance with community orders is quite different from prison. If someone is ordered by the court to be taken to prison, they get taken to prison. If there's a community justice disposal, often it doesn't happen. So, for example, my office found out through freedom of information responses that the level of compliance in Scotland to electronic monitoring was 72%. So that means more than a quarter of cases where the judge says there should be an electronic tag, it doesn't happen. So, Karen, could you maybe say a bit more about that? Because this is a policy area that we're really interested in terms of how can we use electronic monitoring more so that we're able to track people so that they don't need to go to prison?
Yeah, so I'm pretty passionate about electronic monitoring. Many years ago, and it was, I look back on it now, about 2008, I brought these bracelets over from America that measured the alcohol in your sweat. And I was labelled the alcohol Taliban for a while because it measures, you put it on your ankle and it measures the ethanol in your sweat every 30 minutes and electronically transmits it. And at the time I was doing violence work, and we had around 70% of people who were reported for violence had alcohol in their system. Often so did the victims. But when I was looking at the offenders, and so you put these on and you say to people, I'm going to help you not drink for the next 160 days. So you can imagine how popular I was in Scotland. And I mean, I think it's really interesting technology about saying to people when alcohol becomes part of their life, not people who are addicted, but you know, who are going out on a Thursday and Friday night and causing chaos, to say to them, look, you've got a course of conduct where alcohol's been involved and we're going to use this technology. So we haven't got it in Scotland just now. It's in the legislation. But you're right about, we've got what's called RF technology, which is really used for curfews, so keeping people in the house between 7 and 7. There is a gap between you get a sheriff saying to you, you've got to have a tag on. I don't know why I'm looking at you, sir, now. You've got to have a tag on, and then it's G4S, they called it different.
Right. Yeah.
Going and putting the tag on. So sometimes there's a couple of days lag, and then by the time you get there, somebody says, I don't want it on anymore. So then they have to go back to court. So that's what you're picking up, Katie, in those stats. There is also a little bit in this, and the whole thing around electronic monitoring. I don't know how many people in here are wearing Fitbits and monitors. I can wear this all I like, and if the only time it gets my walking steps is between here and the kitchen, that doesn't change my behaviour. Sometimes you need motivation and support. So I've always thought if you're putting a tag on someone, you need to have someone, and sometimes third sector, supporting you. And that's one thing I would really like to see in Scotland, that we put this on and we make sure it works. Because some of the stats around supervised bail, where you get a bit of extra supervision by social work, and they put a tag on, 9 out of 10 people don't breach. So, you know what I mean? And I'm very evidence-based. The evidence is the evidence is the evidence. So we just need to follow what we know works.
And that's what many of these issues seem to come back to, is you can have systems in place, but if the support is not there, then it doesn't work. And I think many people had assumed that if you have an electronic tag, that it could tell where you actually are. So now we're learning that no, it can't only tell you're in the house or out the house, but we need more detail about if we're going to release more offenders into the community and for the public to feel safe about it, then GPS technology could be the answer to that. I
So we're trialling it just now. So we're trialling it just now on people who are coming out from prison. And there's lots of challenges around things like data, because, I mean, you're capturing everything, GPS. It's like having GPS off on your phone. Again, I'm looking at you, sir, sorry. And that is a challenge. So we've got to think about, how we get the data and, GDPR and a whole range of things. So there are some issues to do. But yes, GPS is good because you can draw maps. I mean, shoplifting is a big issue just now. So, for example, with GPS technology, you can get a map and say you're not allowed near Princess Street or, Sauchiehall Street or Buchanan Street, and it says to stay away. So I wore one for 3 weeks, around my ankle, and of course it buzzes when you go near like Sauchiehall Street or Princess Street, and it tells you you've got to move out that area. So it's really clever technology.
So I wanted to ask you about the role of drugs and alcohol in offending. The Criminal Justice Committee actually debated yesterday. The issue was an inquiry that we did about drug deaths in custody. And a lot of the information is not surprising. Many people that were not drug addicts before they went into jail for various reasons, they end up taking drugs, and then those who come in they're on drugs in custody. And one of the clear issues that we've known about for 20 years is that when they've served their sentence and they leave prison, the support isn't there, the housing isn't there. So one of the issues the Justice Committee took up was things like making sure that those people got their prescriptions on time and didn't have to wait for it. That cycle is just continuing on, and that's why we've got, I suppose, offending rates where people are back in jail again. I wondered if you wanted to talk about the role of drugs and alcohol in offending behaviour.
Oh, we could be here all afternoon. It's, and I'm going to have tongue in cheek. I almost lament for the days when it was heroin that we just had. See, the complexity of the drugs that we have now is extraordinary. Atypical benzodiazepines, you know, real chaotic drug use. And, you know, every time that you put your foot down on one type of drug, you get another type of drug coming up. So atizolum, which lots of people talked about as street Valium, these are incredibly challenging drugs to try and manage in a prison situation or anywhere else. And people don't know what they're taking. And, you know, in terms of alcohol, I think sometimes we focus on drugs and we forget about alcohol. But we still drink to get drunk, and lots of issues. And, you know, the amount of people who come into the system, and, you know, and I see them frequently, who's functioning alcoholics, or indeed, you know, are suffering, you know, huge detriment through the use of alcohol is extraordinary, and getting them into services is really important. I've been doing a community justice to rehab, so getting people at the very first part of the system, trying to get people into rehab. And the same with prison to rehab, trying to take people from prison straight into rehab. And some of the results are phenomenal. People who have never spent a Christmas at home are now sober, they're abstinent from drugs. And that is, it allows people to sort of lift their heads up and see what else might be possible. So it is, yes, it's a big challenge.
So obviously Scottish Labour is planning to be elected to be the next Scottish Government, and we need to hit the ground running in this area. So have you got any suggestions as to what you think we need to prioritise so that we can start making sure that we have these alternatives to custody available and that we're able to address what is clearly a massive crisis in Scottish prisons?
So that's a bigger question, isn't it? You know, when people asked me to reduce the murder rate in Glasgow, you know, I thought all we had to do was create more cops, but that's not the case. I mean, I probably talk more about early years and supporting families and keeping kids in school than I probably did about investigation techniques and because it's, you know, it's the cause of the cause of the cause. I will absolutely talk about keeping kids in school. Honestly, I go out and I speak to thousands of young people every year. They're so much better than my generation. Smart, engaged, thoughtful. But there's a group of young people who are falling off our radar. And I practiced, you know, I used to go out to teachers' conferences and say, one more kid you keep in school is one less kid I'll have in jail. And I know it's really hard for teachers. My dad was a teacher, and he said that's a really hard ask. Honestly, we need to be able to keep these kids engaged and in school, because otherwise, where do people think they go when they're on the streets? They get picked up by the police. You know, that idle hands find the devil's work. And that's real, because once you get into the justice system, it's like an infection. You know, you catch it and it becomes ever more increasing. So that part's a challenge, but obviously, yes, I would talk about community justice and not about an alternative to custody. That's the wrong way to frame it. It's about community first. So follow the evidence, do the right thing, and then, but where you've got harm, where people would cause you harm, imminent risk of serious harm, then that's what prison should be reserved for. And then we should need to allow our prison services the time to, you know, rehabilitate those that are in there, because people are coming out. And we need them to come out better than when they went in.
Is there anything in conclusion, Karen, that you would like to say to this audience at the Scottish Labour Conference? I know you were director of the Violence Reduction Unit, and that's a very, very important, I think, very important unit in the fight against crime, and knife crime in particular, which is quite a serious worry for Scotland's communities. But is there anything else you would like to say that you haven't already?
I would sort of ask people to be asset-based. In this time of industrial levels of weaponisation in the media and a whole range of other things, is to actually think what Scotland's done. The work that was done in the Violence Reduction Unit, and it wasn't just me, there were thousands of teachers and, you know, third sector workers, etc., right beside me, has been replicated across the world. There are no under-18s in prison now, and that's about the work about teachers have been doing. So we also need to look at the positive things, and actually it takes time. There is no way any parliament can turn things around in 4 or 5 years. You need to set a long-term plan for change and then go forward relentlessly until you get there.
Thank you. In conclusion on this panel, I hope that you find that useful. I mean, as we shape our policy to be in government, there is no doubt that a Labour government would have to address the high prison population. And you really have two choices here. You build more prisons, or you do something else. And although we will increase the capacity eventually when HMP Glasgow is finally built and HMP Inverness, I think we've got to really look at alternatives to prison. I mean, violent crime is rising. You said there, Karen, that prison should be reserved for the most violent crimes, and I think there's truth in that. Sexual crime is on the rise. Unfortunately, organised crime, serious crime is not coming down, and therefore it's a serious challenge for any government. But informing our policy is really, really important, because we would want to, as Katie says, hit the ground running and have some ideas when we come into government. So you've heard here today some suggestions around GPS technology, making sentences more robust. And as you said, Karen, the importance of the voluntary sector in all of this has to be recognised. I work quite a lot with the WISE group, you'll be familiar with, a tremendous group who work with prisoners, and in fact have given us many ideas about how to stop people going back into prison if they're given half a chance. So on behalf of the Scottish Labour Party, Karen, I can't thank you enough for being here, giving us your passion, which I know that you always have, and giving us some food for thought. Really confidence, if you could give a big hand to Karen McCluskey for being here today.
Thank you very much, Pauline, for that interesting and insightful debate. I'm now going to call speakers for our debate on keeping our communities safe, and again, I'll take them in rounds of 3, and if you could indicate that you would like to come to the rostrum and speak, that would be fantastic. Lady there.
Marie Hughes. I'm the candidate for Ettrick, Berwickshire and Roxburgh. I haven't come with anything prepared. I was going to talk about the fire service, but I wanted to speak from the heart on this subject. So I came to the Scottish Borders over 20 years ago. When I first came to the Scottish Borders, I came as a family support worker working in social work. And during that time, we worked with families, vulnerable families. We would have lunchtime drop-ins. We would have play sessions with children. It was all about early intervention. We would work with children in schools who weren't attending. There was loads of work going on. And over the last 20 years, that work has been cut and cut and cut under the SNP. What we've found is the essential services within our council just can't afford to continue. The first thing that was cut was the early intervention. And as you said, people don't just wake up age 30 or 40 and decide to go out and offend. These are children that fail within school, that start offending in their young years, start getting known to the police, start getting known in their community, and eventually end up in prison, and it continues on. And then what you also find that it continues on in families as well. So I would like to really have a plea to make sure that the Labour Party looks at early intervention, looks at a plan to get in there from the early days and to repair all of the work that the SNP have just thrown out. The other thing I also want to say is that working in my position at Unison, I've been working with the Scottish Government looking at violence in schools. And the Scottish Government did a lovely bit of research, did a wonderful paper, and put absolutely no funding into it whatsoever. They discovered that violence in schools has gone up existentially since COVID, that we have children in nursery with dysregulated behaviour, staff are getting hit, staff are getting punched, kicked, assaulted on a daily basis. It's on the increase, yet nothing's happening. The SNP are failing our communities time and time again, and only by getting a Labour government in, getting Annis in, will we really make a change that our communities deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. the next speaker could raise their hand. Thank you. Do you want to come up on stage? And Ewan, thank you.
Conference, Noreen Daglish, representing Usdaw. Instead of keeping our communities safe, too many police officers are time wasting and papering over the cracks of the SNP's broken health and court system. Scottish Labour will restore local policing and deliver a named community and crime prevention officer in every community across Scotland. Too much police time is wasted responding to mental health issues because there is no one else to call. Officers are responding to calls when a person is in crisis, but also when other public services or individuals raise wellbeing concerns. An inefficient and outdated court system also means that too many police officers have to spend hours waiting to give evidence and then are never called. These officers would be better placed on the streets, working to keep communities safe. That is why Scottish Labour will fix the SNP's mess and get our police back on the streets. Scottish Labour will ensure that by the end of the Parliament, every one of these has a named officer within local divisions who is tasked with building relationships in the community and gathering intelligence on crime within local areas. And we will ensure that police are locally accountable, with a statutory requirement for councils to be consulted on local policing plans and to take evidence from local policing divisions. As part of our plan to combine NHS 24 and Scottish Ambulance Services into the strengthened Emergency Response Health Board, Scottish Labour will create a dedicated mental health emergency response division. This will mean that the specialist mental health staff respond to mental health 999 calls so that people get the response and the treatment they need, and the police can spend their time tackling crime. We will fast-track the modernisation of the criminal justice system and improve the efficiency of the court system. And if we are to have strong and effective police service, we need to look after the people who keep us safe. That is why Scottish Labour will establish a new trauma support service to help officers deal with the pressures of the job and reduce sickness absence levels. The truth is that only two people can be First Minister in May. It's John Sweeney or Anas Anwar. It's chaos on our streets and police officers in our courtrooms and hospitals with John Sweeney, or police officers on the street and back to fight crime with Anas Anwar and Scottish Labour. That's the choice in 6 months' time. The election is the chance for us to fix the SNP's mess and build stronger communities, and it is a chance we can't afford to miss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ewan McPhee, Scottish Labour candidate for Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley. I'm also going to talk a bit about the issue of policing, because when I'm knocking on doors, this is an issue. Community safety comes up almost every day. In Kilmarnock, we've had 19 years of the SNP representing, and people certainly deserve better. Conference absolutely beggars belief that the SNP's response to rising rates of crime is to cut police numbers. That's why I'm glad that Scottish Labour is going to end the SNP's soft touch approach and boost local policing and tackle the court's backlog. And it's the policing that's the key part of the solution for me, because the SNP are gambling with the safety of our town centres as police numbers fall year on year. There's been a drop overall in Scotland over recent years, and there's over 1,000 less police officers in Scotland since Police Scotland was formed in 2013. And this has largely been driven by a cut to local police officers, almost 800 since 2017. Conference, people are never going to feel safer. They're never going to feel safer when there are fewer and fewer local police officers on our streets. But at a time when crime is rising and more Scots feel unsafe in their communities, it is astonishing that local police are being axed. Scottish Labour will halt the dangerous decline in police overseen by the SNP and end the soft touch approach to justice and deliver, as the last speaker said, a named community police officer in every neighbourhood in Scotland. This is the new direction that Scotland needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Katrina, would you like to come to the stage? Thank you. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak? You have one there, and yeah, look, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. I'm sorry, this is a back of a piece of paper speech because I hadn't actually realised that we were going to be getting in to make speeches. So I'm here on behalf of the TSSA, which is a Transport and Rail Workers Union. And I want to speak on this one because worker safety has always been an important issue to us, but the unacceptable levels of violence and physical and verbal abuse that workers on the railways and in other forms of public transport are having to deal with right now are, completely ridiculous. And the thing is that the Scottish Government has powers to intervene on these things, and they've really shown very little willingness to actually start taking action. And we all in this room, because we are trade unionists and we stand up for workers, know that nobody should be going to work with the actual fear of physical violence on a daily basis. And there's different causes for this, and part of it is cuts in police, it's cuts in the British Transport Police especially, who are almost non-existent in many areas as well. But there is a much bigger debate as well, and it's a debate about how you spend your money and how you invest money as well. And I'm, as well as being an active trade unionist in a transport union, I'm also a councillor, and it is really important that we invest money, especially in youth services as well. Because the Violence Reduction Unit, which we've heard about in the speech before, and the success of that unit is very much to do with taking that broad approach and that long-term approach to actually how you deal with violence and how especially you deal with knife-based violence as well. And in Edinburgh, where I've come from, we've had lots of examples of that. And there's lots of grassroots campaigns, including the campaign by a mother who lost her son to knife violence, Lisa Patry, which is about how easy it is to buy a knife or steal a knife out of a shop because they're not kept safely quite often, but also about addressing that violence issue as well. So this is one of the many reasons that we're going to talk about today about why Labour needs to win in May and why we need a Labour government, because it really is about having a party there and having a government and having a First Minister who's going to be there on the side of working people and standing up for workers as well. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Look, do you want to come up? Thanks.
Well, hello, Conference. I'd like to take a minute to talk about the fire brigade situation in Scotland. And I'll start with sort of talking about how it's been centralised. In 2012, the SNP cut all 8 regional services and melded it into one. Since that, 1,200 frontline firefighters are just gone. They're not there when you need them. And they've got further plans to close 13 more fire stations. Regardless of where they are in communities that need them. When your house is on fire, you need them there. Every second does count, because every second they are not there is a second where your livelihood is going. If it's your house, you're losing, memories. You're losing, it could even be your own life if you are not able to sort of get out in time. This is a genuine risk, which they are helping to grow. And I think John Mackenzie, the FBU Regional Secretary for Scotland, put it best. The cuts we are seeing imposed by the Scottish Government are a threat to the lives, homes and livelihoods, not just of firefighters, but of everyone in Scotland. We need a fire brigade to be there when you need it. To ensure firefighters are there when your house is on fire, and when there's a bad crash on the road, they are the first responders. They will be there, but it's when they are there. If they're not there when you need them, you might not get out of that situation, which is a genuine risk and a real fear which they are blatantly ignoring. And we need a Scottish Labour government that will be there for our fire brigades, because right now they need us. And when we need them, will they be there? Because under this SNP government, they aren't there, and if it's continued, they will continue to not be there. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next speaker could come to the stage, thanks.
Susan Donaldson, Usdaw, the Union. Scotland's schools must be a place of safety, a learning and an opportunity to learn at that same time. Yet the latest figures show that recorded crimes involving weapons or blades in our schools have reached a record high. In 2024 to 2025 alone, 267 offences were recorded for possession of an offensive weapon or having an article or a blade at some point at school. That is the highest number since records have begun in 2017, the equivalent of 7 incidents every single school week. Under the watch of the Scottish National Party, youth violence has been allowed to drift to crisis point. The government has been asleep at the wheel while families and communities have been crying out for action. Our children deserve better than complacency and excuses. That's why Anas Sarwar has pledged that a Scottish Labour government will strengthen regulations on the sale of knives in Scotland. This commitment follows the powerful campaign which was mentioned earlier by Lisa Petrie, whose courage in the face of unimaginable loss has inspired action and demand change. Scottish Labour will tighten controls on knife sales to prevent dangerous weapons falling into the wrong hands. We will boost frontline policing by delivering a community police officer in every part of Scotland. And we will work with schools, families and communities to tackle the root cause of violence. Let's be clear, it's not right that our children are going to school with a weapon. It's not right that teachers feel unsafe in their classroom. A Scottish Labour government will get a grip on a violent crime and make our schools safe places to learn once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Unfortunately, I'm up here with an unprepared speech because I'm actually listening to the debate and thought I need to get up and say my piece in relation to some of this. So, Michelle Brewster, Unison Scotland, and I am a full-time organiser with Unison Scotland. But prior to that, I had 25 years in policing, and I was the Unison branch secretary. And I lived and breathed the amalgamation of the single services of police and fire at that time. And although we talk about extra police officers, for me, the person that represented police staff, I think we need to use every opportunity to talk about the police family. Although we lost 1,000 police officers currently, policing in Scotland has lost thousands upon thousands upon thousands of police staff. And those were the people that did the background jobs, such as control rooms, forensic services. These are the people that answer the phone when you dial 101 or 999. And what happened is police officers were backfilling those roles because they still needed to be carried out. So when you're knocking the doors for prospective candidates, I think it's really important that we think about not making promises like Alex Salmon did in the past about 1,000 extra police officers. We need to look at policing in its entirety and what that means. And actually, Scottish Labour need to be making sure that they're using that conversation with the trade unions that represent those police staff and actually fully understand what it's like to be on the front line. To get that officer on the street, you may need several police staff actually to be in posts behind that to support that, so that we can actually make sure that then we can use our justice system in the most successful way that we should. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we could have our final speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Janine. I am Vice Chair of Scottish Unison Labour Link, and I'm also a prospective candidate for Aberdeenshire East. And I want to tell you two stories about what's happening thanks to SNP underfunding of our public sector services. So my friend bought a flat, really excited to get her first home. And she's been in it for a year, really happy, everything's going great, till a drug dealer moves in upstairs. And since then, she is no longer comfortable going out, walking her dog. She doesn't like walking on her own in the dark. She doesn't like going to the shops. Every time she goes out, there are people hanging around on the doorstep, waiting to do their trade. She made between 60 and 70 calls to 101 between April last year and November of this year. The police came in September and there was a raid. Nothing's happened. They came back in November, did another raid. Nothing's happened. This week, she went home on Wednesday night and found on her stairwell white twists of paper containing illegal substances on the doorstep, in the stairwells, beside a family who have children. Now, if children find those things, that, you know, it doesn't bear thinking about, really, does it? And the police are just so underfunded. And I know this because my other story is about shoplifting. I live beside two food stores. Every day, I kid you not, every day there is shoplifting and the police don't come. And one of them lives near me, and I asked him why, and he said that it's because they were the only squad car on, and they were covering roughly 60 square miles within that area. How can you possibly provide a service with so little resource? It's just not acceptable. And the week before last, one of the shoplifting incidents that we as residents are supporting the staff by telling them when we see the shoplifters coming in their cars, they park near our houses, they lob stuff in trolleys and leave. 2 weeks ago, the shop staff were assaulted quite severely because there was nobody there to help them. And that's the reality of SNP underfunding our public sector services. Thank you.
Thank you to the delegates who spoke and our panellists. That concludes the debate on keeping our communities safe. We'll now show a short video on delivering opportunities for the next generation.
Young people aren't the problem in our society, they're the solution. Scotland's young people contribute so much to our country. They deserve a government that will provide opportunity and support. But the SNP is doing nothing while crime rates rise across Scotland. In 1 year alone, there was almost 14,000 violent incidents committed by young people, with a sharp increase of those committed by 11 to 14-year-olds. 10% of crimes committed by young people were conducted on education facilities, places that are supposed to provide safety and care. And shockingly, every 4 days, a young person was caught with a weapon. Places like the Law Boxing Club provide a safe place for young people to express themselves and develop. But this shouldn't be left to individual organisations. The SNP's turned away from Scotland's young people, but I won't. As First Minister, I will reduce violent crime rates, support organisations like this one, and take a zero-tolerance approach to violence in our schools. And I will provide the new direction Scotland needs.
Conference, can I now ask Paul O'Kane, Shadow Cabinet Secretary for Education and Equalities, to open our debate on delivering opportunities for the next generation.
Thank you very much, Conference, and it's an honour to speak to you in Paisley, which is the second best constituency in Renfrewshire, with Renfrewshire West and Avon Valley, of course, being the centre of the universe and soon to return a Scottish Labour MSP. Not far from here is where my story began, and it's where I grew up, and it's where it was nurtured through the opportunity and care of excellent educationalists. Conference, education is at the heart of the story of this movement. Is the great leveller. And we are the party who has always recognised that no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, that the only limit should be your ambition. And that was true for my mum, who got a second chance from an unfair two-tier education system in the 70s to get her hires at St Margaret's School, not far from here, only about 10 minutes, with the excellent Sisters of the Faithful Companions of Jesus. And that led her to a career in teaching that would last 40 years, and it would give her the opportunity to train future generations and to show the transformational change that could be made when teachers were empowered by Labour governments in London and in Edinburgh. It's what I saw as a councillor in East Renfrewshire when I had the honour of serving as education convener, where we made our schools and our family centres a political priority, where we protected our pupils and teachers from years of SNP underinvestment, and where we built new schools, joint campuses and family centres in places most in need, including my own village of Neilston. It's where we consistently delivered some of the best results and outcomes in Scotland for our young people. And now, having recently become a father, I look to the future, to the opportunities and life chances that my son will have, the schools that he will go to, the teachers who will guide and educate him, and the destination he will eventually go on to. And it is for his sake, and for the sake of all children and young people, parents, families, teachers and support staff, that in just over 2 months' time we must deliver a new direction for Scotland, with an ass as our First Minister and a Scottish Labour government delivering the new opportunities for our young people. Because under the SNP, parents, children and teachers have been led up the garden path, promised that a land of opportunity and a proud education system would be restored, only to have broken promises in every direction they look in. There have been promises to close the attainment gap. There have been promises to deliver a COVID recovery in our schools. There have been promises to deliver universal free school meals. And of course, who can forget the promises to give every child an iPad and a bike, all broken by the SNP. But should we be surprised on that track record from a government led by a man who deliberately downgraded the exam results of Scotland's poorest children? Conference, a Scottish Labour government will not make false promises. We will go back to fundamentals. And that starts with getting every child into a classroom that is safe so that they are in a position to learn. That's why this week we have set out our plan to end the chaos in our classrooms. Because disruptive behaviour and high levels of violence, low attendance, are allowed to ferment by a lack of leadership from a Cabinet Secretary who refuses to take responsibility and is robbing kids of the chance to learn and putting teachers in an impossible situation. That's why my day one priority will be ending violence in our classrooms. And to do that, we will establish a national charter on behaviour and standards, providing national leadership on discipline in schools, empowering head teachers and setting out a clear pathway of consequences. We will expand the number of campus cops as part of our plans to restore community policing. We will introduce family network coordinators as part of family support hubs in primary schools who can act as attendance officers to work with families to tackle the issues that are keeping kids away from school. And we'll create a national attendance register to help address high levels of school absences. We will improve workforce planning so that we support staffing meeting the needs of pupils and classroom teachers. And we will ban mobile phones in classrooms so that schools are safe and calm places for learning once again. The national leadership and set of actions will not come from more of the same under this SNP government. And from that base of restoring order in our classrooms, we will give our kids the better future they deserve. We will focus on driving up literacy and numeracy across the board. We will deal with the strains being caused by rising numbers of children who have additional support needs but are not getting the additional support that they need. And we will ensure that they have positive destinations to go on to. Whether that's increasing the number of apprenticeships on offer, providing direction and investment that values our college sector, and ensuring stability in the finances of our universities. So no matter the path that young people choose to go down, they are valued and supported in their choice. Because the Labour Party has always understood and prioritised our defining mission to give the next generation better than what we received. And to do that, we must ascribe to the old adage that it takes a village to raise a child. In conference, I know we can do it. When I was a shadow health minister, it was the Labour Party who forced the SNP to think again on their disastrous plans for a national care service. When I was shadow social justice secretary, it was this movement in Scotland that pushed the UK government to scrap the cruel two-child cap. And it will be my abiding mission as a Scottish Labour Education Secretary to do everything that is necessary to give our kids a better future and to realise that with that, it is a better future for Scotland. And that is the choice in just over 2 months. And that is why we must choose Scottish Labour and Anna Sarwar. Thank you, Conference. And now to explore more of these issues, we're going to hear from the people who should be at the heart of our education system. So will you please welcome our panel. Well, thank you very much, Conference. We're now going to have a panel discussion and there'll be an opportunity for some contributions from the floor. So I'm going to just quickly ask our panellists to just say a quick hello, who they are and why they're on this panel. And we'll start with Jill here to my right.
Hi, my name's Jill Brown. I'm Kelvin and a parent, first and foremost, but I'm also a councillor in Glasgow City Council.
I'm Jenny Young. I'm Scottish Labour's PPC for the Bathgate constituency, and I am also a qualified French and Spanish teacher.
I'm Lan Ranney. I'm 16. I'm here as the delegate for Bumpshire Buchan Coast, and also as a young person who will be experiencing these changes.
Well, thank you very much. Delighted to have such an excellent panel with us today. I suppose we'll just kick off by reflecting on some of what you've heard, both in terms of the speech today, but also the policy announcements we've been making over the last couple of months and indeed years. Obviously, you've all got really direct experience of the education system at the moment, and I think I'll start with you, Len, if that's all right. As a young person, your school in Fraserburgh, I understand, has actually introduced a mobile phone ban. So I wonder if you just want to maybe reflect for us, first of all, what is school like for a young person at the moment, with phones and with the pressures of social media? And what difference do you feel that the ban has made in terms of your own school life?
So thank you. To be honest, I'm probably not the best person to ask, given I'm skiving a day of school to be here.
It's very much an educational experience in modern studies. Yeah.
Yes, the main issue I want to talk about is mobile phones, and this is through my own experience, but also through talking to my teachers as well. Obviously, Scottish Labour's policy is to ban mobile phones in classrooms, and as you say, this is something we've piloted and implemented in my school of Fraserburgh Academy. So our aim was an improved learning climate and improved safety for pupils. So what we've done is we've completely banned classroom phones in classrooms for S1 to S3 learners. So that means you can still take your phone to school with you, but it has to be buried and in your bag in your class. And you can go outside the building to use it at break and lunchtime. The effects of this are very much a two-sided coin. On one hand, kids are back to learning, they're much more engaged, very much stopping the hack of their dopamine systems, which phones have been doing for years. On the other hand, kids that previously would have sat quietly, totally immersed by their phone, are now running riot, and teachers are finding that difficult to cope with more behaviours than they would have done before. And also we've seen a significant rise in the art of paper airplane making, which I don't think was an intended consequence. We've also seen a really sharp decline in cyberbullying in school. Obviously, outside of school hours, that's really difficult for us to tackle, but that's a real positive. With S4 to S6s, which includes myself, we put our phones in these wallets and tubs. So at the start of class, they go in these phone jails, and we're not on them for the lessons, but we're allowed to use them in our study periods and in social times. I'm no chartered accountant, but I think this is something we can very easily implement when, hopefully, we elect a Scottish Labour government in May. It's a very cheap solution, just a plastic box with a foam insert. I think it's important to have that level of responsibility and trust between the student and the teacher when you get to these higher levels, because if you're sitting your hires, as I am, you don't want to be treated the same as an 11-year-old who can't control, you know, their need to swipe on TikTok. So I think it's important that we look at maybe revising our policy to just cover S1 to S3 learners or thereabouts, instead of the whole of, instead of just a national ban. Also, it's important to note that what works for our school won't necessarily work for kids in Rutherglen, and I can't speak for those kids. I can just speak from my experience and what we've done in school, but I must say it has worked remarkably well. Day 1 of the ban, we confiscated 27 phones. Day 2, that was down to 9 phones, and now it averages about 1 or 2 a day, so it's certainly worked really well. Thank you.
Thanks, Len. And just, you mentioned social media there and cyberbullying, and obviously we're having a national consultation and debate on banning social media for under 16s. That's a very live debate at the moment. It's certainly something we in the Shadow Cabinet have discussed in trying to give our support to the UK government in that space. I mean, what are your sorts of feelings on that, about how it might work?
So I'm kind of split on this. I know that Australia have introduced a national ban on social media for under 16s. I think if we were to approach this, we'd have to do it very delicately, very carefully. I think it's important to teach kids how to use their phones, because this is something that we all have, and this is something that they certainly will have growing up and into their next generation. I think it's good for them to know how to handle this, and not, if we put a national ban in place, that means that when you turn 16 or 18 or whatever the threshold is, you're now plunged into from going from nothing to straight to 100 with TikTok and Snapchat and whatever. I personally have been a victim of cyberbullying. It's not a pleasant experience, and it's the thing is, it's a very complex issue. We see it particularly with our younger years, and if there was a solution, we would, an easy solution, we would probably have had it by now, but there's not. So it's a very difficult problem to solve, I think. But I do think the responsibility lies with teaching the kids how to use it, and not rather than government imposing, and because that's not going to teach them anything. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think really crucial that we do that in partnership with young people and get your views and hear them and act on them. Jill, I'm going to come to you next, because you're a parent, you're a mum in Glasgow, and kind of, I suppose what we were talking about in the speech and we're thinking about in terms of our policy agenda is that idea that the next generation should have more opportunities than the one that went before it, and the fullness of those opportunities. And I suppose when we're thinking about issues like behaviour in classrooms, violence in schools, I mean, do you worry that people aren't able to get those opportunities because teachers are just having to deal with the crisis sort of day to day?
I think there's a number of issues, and actually you touched on some earlier when you were talking about the unintended consequences of you take away the mobile phone, and does that actually bring more disruption into the classroom or less disruption? But I think we need to go to the root cause of that, really, and actually it's a good point in terms of how do we teach children how to use all of these tools, many of which, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself here, we didn't have available to us when we were in school. With no internet, never mind a mobile phone when I was at school. So I think it is difficult for classrooms at the moment. There's an awful lot of children in there. If you have a small number of disruptive elements, that can have an impact on that entire class. And often it can be for the whole year. So if you're the child that's in the disruptive class, what does that impact have for the whole of that period? And I think, so we need to look at that. We need to make sure that the support is there for teachers. And we need to make sure that, as you say, that when we get to the end of the schooling for children and young people, that those opportunities are there. It shouldn't be a chase for numbers, which is what it is right now, pushing kids necessarily into further education, when apprenticeships are a really important part of that. And making sure that the opportunities for children are broad and are there to meet all of their needs, and I'm not entirely sure that we're there right now with that. So I think you're absolutely right.
that we need to tackle. It's not just disruption, it can be violence in classrooms, violence against teachers, which is at an unacceptably high level. And we need to make sure that children and young people can use those tools that are available to us now. And we think about AI as an example. We shouldn't be fearful of these things. We need to be able to harness them and control them. And this is the generation that we should be teaching how to use these, because ultimately these will provide really good quality jobs in the future, but only if we plan now, and it's a long-term plan that we need to have in place, and we put those foundations in place now.
And do you think we need better support for parents to navigate a lot of this? Because I was talking to someone on the door yesterday in Bridgewere who was talking about the battle she has with her child about not having Snapchat before she's kind of, gone to secondary school and stuff. And that can be tough, can't it?
No, absolutely. And I think, if you take a mobile phone ban or social media ban, if you ask a parent, they would say, many parents, and certainly at the school that our children are at, there's a really strong desire for a ban, which I have to say I agree with. And the dependency that it creates, that scrolling and the dopamine hit, we do need to put controls in there that help people to manage it themselves. And it's the same for adults as well, but for children at least we can try and step in and put those interventions in place. But when you look at the impact that some of these apps can have on children, but I know myself, I tried to log on to my banking app last night and it tells me that I can't log into it because the rating on my phone isn't set at the right level. Well, there is an awful lot for us as parents to learn before we can actually help to support children with those controls, because the kids and young people know how to use their phones and the apps and everything else so much better. How do we make sure that parents have all of the tools to be able to understand what content children are looking at, understand the access that they've got, the details that they're sharing online, because once those details or once those pictures are online, they are there forever. You really struggle to ever get rid of that. And so I think there's education for both parents and children there.
Yeah, and I had a school group visit in Parliament and I asked them about the mobile phone ban and they said, well, given that you lot were all sitting on your phones during FMQs, maybe we should ban them in the Parliament. And so it's a fair challenge back to as young people as thinking about phone use more generally in society. Jenny, you were a teacher and you had first-hand experience of being in the classroom and facing many of these challenges. Obviously, you'll have seen in your career a rise as well in the number of children who've got additional support needs and who need that additional support. And do you feel like we really do need to focus on that extra resourcing that's going to help get to those kids?
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously we have a presumption of mainstreaming in this country. I remember my first year actually in the school I worked in. I had an S1 French class and there was a boy in the class who couldn't read English. He couldn't read English, and he was a native English speaker. He'd grown up in this country and he was functionally illiterate, and they'd sent him to my French class and I thought, right, what am I going to do with this boy? Because how somebody who's not even grasped reading and writing in their own language, and then they're not going to care about knowing what a pencil sharpener is in French. It's not really in the kind of hierarchy of needs. And sometimes he had an assistant with him, but sometimes she was scribing for exams because there weren't enough. And that was kind of the fundamental problem. And so sometimes I'm there with a class of 33 children trying to teach them all French, and there's one boy with a picture version of his timetable because he doesn't know what the words are for his subjects, And I think that story really stuck with me as just like quite a human explanation. We talk about ASN and, education loves an acronym. We talk about ASN and we talk about, getting it right for every child and all these kind of slogans and things, but actually it's the real life consequences for a young boy in Livingston who hasn't learned to read in 7 years of primary school. And I think, ultimately it does come down to the resourcing and the staffing in terms of there were maybe 3 or 4 kind of what we would call like PSAs or classroom assistants supporting pupils across a school of nearly 1,000 children. And with the increase that certainly, I was at that school for 5 years, and the number of children who were coming into classes with additional needs, whether that was things like dyslexia or learning difficulties or autism, ADHD, all the kind of gamut of challenges that young people face, there weren't the staff, and one classroom teacher can't meet all those needs. And so necessarily young people are falling through the cracks. And that was one of the things that really kind of stirred in me a feeling that I wanted to do something about this, because I can't just sort of lie down and accept that this is as good as it gets, really.
And we know that, under the SNP, for example, we've got thousands of underemployed primary teachers because too many were trained, there's not enough jobs, the workforce planning has been appalling. And yet we know we've got a crisis in terms of literacy where primary teachers could be making a really strong contribution in secondary schools to help with reading recovery, to help with those literacy skills. But the SNP just seem to be completely uninterested in getting that workforce planning right and giving folk those opportunities to be in school and working.
Yeah. I think there's a real kind of lack of any sort of creative thinking in terms of I was lucky I secured a permanent job. But lots of people that I trained with at Murray House didn't, and they're 10 years into a teaching career now, temporary contract after temporary contract, which is no way to live. And one of the benefits of teaching should be that it's steady, stable work you can rely on. And yeah, it's really quite something that the SNP have managed to break that to. And as you say, it requires those kind of creative ways of thinking. Well, how could we redeploy these people to better serve, Scottish education and young people?
Okay, we're going to hear now from some folks from the floor. So we're going to start with some more young people who've submitted questions. So I'm going to come to Gregor first, and then I'm going to come to Evie.
Hi, I went to school in Fife, and I was in the education system under the SNP government. It's clear that your funding of schools and local authorities has negatively impacted our teachers and the lack of classroom resources that they have. On top of this, teachers are facing increased challenges and demands in our classrooms. What do we need to do to undo this damage and support our teachers to let them actually focus on teaching?
Okay, great. And we'll take Evie's question and just take them as a group. That's all right. I think Evie's in front, Craig. Thank you.
I'm a student from the University of Edinburgh, and like many universities across Scotland, it's facing an increasingly challenging financial environment, which in turn is having knock-on effects to staffing and support for our lecturers, and ultimately all of that comes back to affect our learning. What steps would a Scottish Labour government take to support our universities and our colleges to deal with the challenging environment they face as a result of a lack of leadership and support from the SNP? And how will that help support my learning and opportunities for others like me? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, maybe start with the schools question then. Evie, what do you see your teachers sort of struggling with, and what do you think would make the difference? I mean, your entire life, I suppose, has been under an SNP government as well. We hope to change that soon, but what's your reflections on that?
So I think speaking to my teachers in the week leading up to conference, they were telling me about, particularly in their classroom when they're teaching, that we don't have enough PSAs, we don't have enough support assistants, and wherein support assistants would have helped one or two kids with dyslexia maybe 10 or 20 years ago, there are now a lot more kids with a lot more additional support needs, but the assistance for those kids hasn't matched with the rise in diagnosis. And obviously we should totally celebrate the fact that kids are getting recognised, that they have these issues and whatever. But it's important that that can't be facilitated without that support assistant. Teachers were also promised twice now by the SNP 1.5 more hours of non-contact time. That hasn't come, and I don't think the SNP have costed those numbers either, because that requires at least 5 more staff per school. And that's money that they don't have because they've squandered it all in their plans for independence and whatever. But also that our teachers are really struggling, and it's painful almost to see them at this breaking point. And I'm sure that's something Jenny will know herself, having been a teacher. I think that there is definitely a better way we can do this. There's a such better way we can conduct our schools, and it's just not happening due to pettiness and mismanagement by the SNP.
And Jenny, you know, what's quite interesting is I think as a teacher, you would have seen that probably a diminishing resource in terms of all the support that sits around schools. Yeah. So I was talking this morning at an NSPCC fringe about cuts to local authority budgets being the big problem here. So what happens is social work services get cut, youth work gets cut. We've got lots of councillors, I'm sure, in the room who've been going through budget setting processes who know how difficult this is. But that's the reality, isn't it? The SNP for 19 years have been cutting local services to the bone, cutting staff, cutting the conditions of workers, and essentially what you're left with is Jenny Burroughs standing up and saying, well, if only there was more support around about schools, as though she had nothing to do with it. But I mean, do you recognise some of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we would talk about like the school community, and so obviously that's your teachers, your PSAs, your janitors, dinner ladies, everybody else. But it was also, you know, the police officer who came in, or the kind of family support workers, or whatever role, titles they had, the kind of additional support that's around. And in the community as well, you know, did the young people have a community centre they could go to and there were activities for them? Was there kind of youth work going on in the community? And just bit by bit, you see it cut back, and kind of each year they would say, oh, well, we have to find this much to save in the budget. But as you say, I mean, all roads lead back to they've slashed local government funding for, well, nearly 2 decades, and you just, it's the cumulative effect of all those things. Like, okay, we could maybe live without one of those services, but once they've all been cut, the additional support just isn't there in all kinds of ways, and so then it is, you know, really cut to the bone.
Mm. And then just on the universities and colleges question, Jill, I mean, obviously you were touching on that in terms of the destinations we hope for our young people, but there are big problems in our universities, that's clear. We've seen that with what happened to Dundee. We know that that's an underlying structural problem. Colleges, I was at Colleges Scotland's hustings on Monday. They've been crying out for better support. We know the story of centralisation of our colleges, of cuts to that sector, of the devaluing of further education and apprenticeships. I mean, do you recognise a lot of that as well?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it is such a sad situation that we find ourselves in, that one of our biggest industries, education, for which we've been world renowned for so long, is now in this diminished position where we're hearing about cuts being announced on such a regular basis. And I think it's exactly the same as we have in schools, which is we have, you know, an SNP government that's making promises that are unfunded, often ring-fencing funding associated with achieving those ends. So if you're a local authority, for example, with a school, if you don't keep your teacher numbers at a certain level, you will have budget removed. So, and I think in the university and college sector, in some regards it's even worse, because where do you find that funding from? Where do you continue to invest in what is a thriving industry, but what is also the future of our workforce? So without being able to provide that broadened support for our children, you know, where will we be in 10 years and 20 years when we're, you know, trying to bring good quality jobs to our country? And I think it's the short-sightedness. It's like the first time you've ever played Mario Kart and you bang off the buffers on this side and then you bang off the buffers on the other side. If we set policy in that way in education, which must have policy over the long term, you cannot do this on a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year basis, then, you know, we end up with provision of teachers now, and in 5 years' time we won't have enough. So we do need consistent, well thought through, integrated policy that looks from, you know, it takes you from birth to the workplace, and that's what we're sadly missing at the moment.
Okay, we probably have just time for maybe 1 or 2 contributions from the floor. I can see a lady down in the front row, Sam. Anyone else want to make a brief contribution? Okay, we'll go with that, and then we can, I'm sorry, Martin, who, yeah.
Kay Marie Hughes, candidate for Ettrick, Roxburgh, Berkshire, but also a Unison member. I just wanted to raise what you touched on around school support assistants. So we all know that they are the lifeblood of our schools. They are the people that our teachers rely on and the people that our children rely on. However, those are the least qualified, the least trained members of staff the most poorly paid members of staff. They often start their working day the moment the children walk into the school, and then their working day finishes the moment the children leave school. They are often not involved in the plans around the children. They're often not involved in the risk assessments, in meetings. So I suppose it's a plea to look at our pupil support staff, making sure that they are trained. I would certainly suggest something like a child education or a child qualification for those staff, or the ability to work towards them, and to really, promote those staff, give them a decent pay, and give them the qualifications and the training that they so desperately need. They're the ones that are facing the violence often, and those are the ones that are often left to deal with it when they're asked to leave the classroom with the children.
Thank you. And we'll come to Martin, who I'm delighted to say is the Shadow Minister for Children and Young People, and has to put up with me in the education team, so I'm very grateful to Martin for all his work.
Thank you, Paul. Martin Whitfield, MSP, but I want to ask a primary school teacher question. You've heard a lot of policy, and there's a lot of criticism from those outside of the Labour movement that you never hear policy from Labour, but we have done, both today in Paul's speech, but also in the run-up to this. So my primary school teacher question is this: which policy most excites you to deliver opportunities for the next generation?
Almost as though we'd planned that to be the wrap-up question. We didn't actually, so we're just so in sync. Firstly, to the point, and this point was made this morning in the fringe I was at by Simon McFarlane from Unison, and I think it's spot on. We need to value that workforce, very often a female workforce, and very often undervalued and underpaid. And speaking to our colleges, they're crying out for the support to be able to offer those high quality qualifications and work in partnership with local authorities and trade unions in order to develop that. So that's absolutely something that we'll be looking at as a party, because we know that what's been asked now of PSAs is over and above where it's been for a long, long time, and they are, all the teachers will tell you, all the parents will tell you, those are the folk that are making the real change and the real difference. Okay, we'll come to that final question then for the panel, which is what out of the policy agenda so far is making you feel enthused? Where do you want to see us in 5 years with our education system? So I'll maybe start with Jill and we'll go that way.
Sure. Good question. So for me, every teacher that goes into a school, every support assistant that goes into a school, every day, they want to do their best job. They're there because they want children to do as well as they can, and to help them to get to the next stage in their life. So I think I'm most excited about the fact that we're looking at that whole picture, the whole integrated education system, and how we can make sure that it works for every child, but it works for every member of the workforce. And for me, if you can get that right, you will absolutely set our children and young people up for their futures.
Thank you. Jenny?
I'm really interested in what we're going to do in terms of with the curriculum, in terms of, we didn't really have time to touch on it today, but looking at kind of curriculum for excellence and where we might go with that to, as Jill says, the goal is the same, to raise attainment and to give our young people more opportunities, but how can we use what we're actually teaching in classes and examining and all the rest of it to push that forward.
Mine's is kind of twofold. So firstly, our apprenticeships, promising 8,000 new apprenticeships. In our school, we have a partnership with the local college, and so when you're in S4, you go and take a college course, and that's not the path I want to take personally, but Nescol in Fraserburgh and in the northeast of Aberdeenshire is a really brilliant institution, and it's going to be really good to A, get that funding secured, hopefully come May, and B, to have more apprenticeship places, because Nescol is really the heart of the town where I'm from. Secondly, also our support for mental health, that was announced at Policy Conference in November. I think that ties into the whole social media thing, because that is that online kind of support, because cyberbullying can make you feel very isolated, and I know that the mental health support that Scottish Labour will provide is going to really revolutionise our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, as the person who's tasked with selling the entire policy platform for education, I'm proud of it all, but I just want to mention the fact that we will have a clear commitment to Sure Start in our manifesto, and to those Sure Start principles that we know make such a difference in the early years to reduce child poverty, to support communities, and to build them up again. And we know that is one of the proudest achievements of Gordon Brown and the previous UK Labour government. We know it's been invested in again at a UK level. It's time to do that in Scotland, and we'll do that with the Scottish Labour government. So can I ask you, Conference, to thank our panel today who's joined us. Thank you. I am now hopeful that Kath is going to come back, because I do not have the power to adjourn conference for lunch. So here she is. Excellent.
Thank you, Paul. Conference, before we adjourn, I'd like to remind you that we've got a number of fringe events taking place. We've got a Meet the Candidate event with Quantum upstairs in the Loggia suite, and a fringe with OE UK on the future of offshore energy. And for those who are so inspired by the speeches today and you can't wait to hit the doors, there'll be a campaign session leaving at the main doors of the Town Hall. I hope all members support our fringes. We can't do this event without our sponsors, and if you need any help, Stewards are on hand to show you where to go. Can I also ask you that you take all your belongings with you and return to your seats sharply after lunch. Conference will resume promptly at 2 p.m. for our leader's speech, and we ask delegates and members if they can get outside the conference room from 1:30. If delegates haven't taken their seats by 1:45, we can't guarantee that you will have a seat. Conference is now adjourned. Thank you so much. Conference, can I welcome you back to this afternoon's session? Please join me in welcoming Lindsay Hamilton.
Friends, it's a pleasure to be here in Paisley with just over 2 months to go until the Scottish Parliament election. And there is no doubt that this is a crucial election, a chance to turn the page in 19 years of SNP failure. The cover-ups, the secrecy, the financial mismanagement and the running down of our public services can and must end. However, it's only Scottish Labour that can remove the failing SNP government, and it's only the Scottish public that has the power to enable us to do that. It's my absolute pleasure to be standing in this election as Scottish Labour's candidate for Clydesdale, where I grew up. I've been a councillor in South Lanarkshire since 2012, and I've seen the damage inflicted by local authorities by the SNP first hand. Their incompetence has left councils strapped for cash and our communities worse off. It should not be the working people that have to pay the price for the SNP's poor governance, and yet those are the very people that are having to bear the brunt of it. Incompetence has consequences. That was painfully clear to me when I lost my daughter, Caris. Caris was stillborn at 38 weeks. After symptoms of preeclampsia were missed, it was devastating to me and my family. This is why I am absolutely determined to help other families and to fight for better maternity services across this country. It was also heartbreaking to hear yesterday from the families of those who have lost loved ones at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow. These are families who have been lied to, gaslit and bullied while seeking the truth. SNP ministers have been knee-deep in the cover-up at the hospital, while grieving families have been kept in the dark. This is shameful. And that is why I am proud to support my friend Anas Sarwar. He's fought tirelessly for those families, holding ministers in the NHS Greater and Glasgow Clyde to account in the search for answers. He has shown the bravery to make bold calls and stand for what he believes in, and I firmly believe he is the person who can chart a new direction for Scotland. Anas has the energy, the drive and the determination to set Scotland on a new path. We will value our public sector, invest in our communities and back our people. He is the change that we need to bring the end to the almost 2 decades of SNP failure, and he is the only candidate in this election capable of replacing John Swinney, and here is why.
The Labour Party in Scotland yesterday elected a new leader.
If I took every poll and every commentator that said we couldn't win, I wouldn't have become the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. I wouldn't have got us back into second place at the last council election.
Gained seats across the country in parts that we've not won in a very long time.
We wouldn't have won Rutherglen and Hamilton West by-election.
Labour is back as a serious force to be reckoned with.
We wouldn't have won the last general election.
A Labour landslide.
We wouldn't have got 37 Scottish Labour MPs. We wouldn't have won the Hamilton by-election.
They say they rewrote the script.
The odds were stacked against them.
Scottish Labour secured a by-election win that few saw coming.
I have defied the odds before, and I'm absolutely determined to defy the odds again.
Underestimate me, underestimate the people in this room, underestimate the thousands across the country at your peril.
Only Scottish Labour can beat the SNP, only Scottish Labour can deliver a new direction for Scotland, and only Scottish Labour can ultimately deliver the change this country needs.
That is why I'm proud to welcome my friend and your next First Minister, Anas Sarwar.
Thank you. Conference, thank you. Thank you for that wonderful welcome. In just 10 weeks, Scotland faces a choice. It's our chance to elect a new government and a new First Minister. So let me say directly and unequivocally, underestimate me, underestimate the people in this room at your peril, because this is an opportunity we will not miss. And friends, it could not be more important. It is about the future of our country. More of the same, managed decline with the SNP, or new energy, new ideas, and new leadership for Scotland with Scottish Labour. This election is about who governs Scotland. It's about whether John Swinney and the SNP get a third decade, or whether Scotland finally gets the change it needs. After almost 20 years of SNP government, it could not be clearer that Scotland needs change. And only Scottish Labour can deliver it, and that's why I am determined that we win this election, not for me, not for us, but for Scotland. And friends, I am ambitious for Scotland, and I refuse to believe that this is as good as it gets. I was born in Glasgow, just along the road from here. So were my kids. And when I look at them, I think about the kind of Scotland they are growing up in, and it doesn't feel anything like the kind of Scotland I grew up in. That Scotland was a country that thought big, not small. A country with ambition. A country with a can-do attitude, not a can't-do attitude. But today we face a different kind of Scotland. After 20 years of SNP government, too much is harder than it should be. Public services are weaker. Standards have slipped. Too many people feel they are paying more and getting less. And we have an SNP government more interested in conspiracy and complacency than serving Scotland. That is why this election has to be about removing the SNP from office, fixing the SNP's mess, getting the basics right, and building a better future for our country, Scotland. So my promise to you is this. I will be a First Minister focused on fixing problems and finding solutions, not one always looking for someone else to blame. I will be a First Minister who is ambitious for Scotland's future, not one whose only ambition has ever been to divide our great country. And I promise I will always be a First Minister who puts Scotland before party, not party before Scotland, and that's the choice we face in May. We face a straight choice between me and John Swinney. A straight choice between change and decline. A straight choice between Scotland's future and Scotland's past. And conference with Scottish Labour, the future will win. But we only get that future if we beat the SNP and the people of Scotland choose change. My first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. So I want to take on the nonsense you will hear from the SNP and Reform in this election. The SNP will say that I am not for Scotland. Reform will say that I am not Scottish enough. But I look around this hall and I look all across this great country, and I know this. Regardless of politics, the overwhelming majority of people in Scotland want the same basic things. A country that works, a government that listens, a future that feels better than the present. So enough. Enough of those who try to divide us just to hold on to power. Enough to those who try and exploit anger but offer no answers. We will call you out and no longer stand for your nonsense, because this Scotland belongs to all of us. And let me take just a minute of your time to talk about reform. Reform and Nigel Farage don't care about Scotland. They don't understand Scotland. They couldn't give a damn about Scotland. And with the defections of Robert Jenrick, Nadeem Zahawi, and Swala Breverman, it's clear that Reform are just the Tories in disguise. The same team with a different badge, the same people who screwed our country before and who want the chance to screw them again. So Scotland has rejected them before, and I have no doubt that Scotland will reject them again. Because there are now two kinds of politician in this country. Those like John Swinney and Nigel Farage, who see problems and use them to divide us, or leaders who see problems, take responsibility, and get to work fixing them. That is who I am. That is why I say directly to people who disagree with me on independence, let's work together to make Scotland better right now. The SNP have had their chance, and they have lost their way. And I say directly to those who are scunnered by how everything feels broken and are so tempted by reform. Reform can't win in Scotland, and Reform can't beat the SNP. In fact, a vote for Reform just lets the SNP cling to power, stopping change. So I get it. I sense people's frustration. I get people's anger. But I am saying to you directly, let's focus on the task at hand right now, because this is our best chance, perhaps our only chance, to end SNP rule. So whether you do it with enthusiasm, whether you do it with anger, or if you do it by holding your nose, let's come together and back the only party that can get rid of this incompetent SNP government that deserves to lose. So if you think it is time to end 20 years of the SNP, there is only one way to do it. Vote Scottish Labour. Elect a First Minister who won't deny the issues, but will confront them and work to fix them. That's the promise I make to you. I have spent my life fixing problems. It began here, actually, in Paisley. This is where I started my career as an NHS dentist. When John Swinney entered government, I was working here with some of the poorest communities in Scotland. And this community taught me that politics is about service. At that time, Paisley had the worst dental health anywhere in Europe. And I saw the direct link between health inequalities and the lack of economic opportunity and the impact poverty had on people's lives. And I never believed the answer was just to shrug your shoulders and say, we can't fix this. Instead, every day, my colleagues and I rolled up our sleeves and asked, how can we help? And I will never forget having to do full dental clearances and issue dentures for 18 and 19-year-olds, often because of addiction and methadone destroying their teeth. I was never willing to accept that was good enough. And it's why I chose public service. It is who I am. It is what I believe, and it's why I want to serve my country as First Minister. I believe this country is the best in the world. But the SNP's record does not match the potential of our people. Because if this country had a government that works as hard as our people do, we would all be so much better off. Take my grandfather. He arrived in Lossiemouth with nothing. He built a life and a home for his family. His story was a story of work, community, ambition, and hard work. But that's not just my family's story. That is Scotland's story, and it's shared by families across every part of our country. But right now, even for people working hard every day, Scotland's not working the way it should, or the way it can. So people tell me the same story every day. We're busting a gut to pay our bills, to take care of our families, and to try and build a better, more stable future. But how do we do that when the people running Scotland can't even get the basics right? That is why this election matters so much. Now, John Swinney and the SNP want to talk about anything other than their record, or indeed about Scotland. They don't want to hear about the crisis in our NHS, or falling standards in our schools, or the housing emergency they failed to act on, or how broken our public services are, or indeed how unsafe our communities feel. They want to talk about anything except what has happened in Scotland after 20 years on their watch. But this election matters because, for me, Scotland matters. So this is not about protest. It is not a free hit. It is not about Westminster or about posters or commentator chatter. It's about who runs Scotland and what they will do with the immense honour of serving Scotland's people. So John Swinney is banking on cynicism and exhaustion to drag himself over the line. He's hoping people are so worn down that their shameful record will be ignored. But this election isn't about protest. It's not about sending a message. Let's remember who this election is actually for. It's about the patients waiting too long in pain for treatment. It's about the parents worried about their child's safety and their future. It's about the 10,000 children with nowhere to call home. So to those who claim to stand up for Scotland, but also say this election is about somewhere else or someone else, I say shame on you. This election is about Scotland. It's about our schools, our hospitals, our streets, our children, our towns, our cities, our villages, and our islands. It's about our future. So after 20 years of SNP government, Scotland needs change. And it needs a government that will fight to fix the SNP's mess, fight to get the basics right, and fight for a better future. And that's what we as Scottish Labour will do. And that fight begins with Labour's proudest achievement and our national treasure, our NHS. After 20 years of SNP mismanagement, they have pushed our NHS to breaking point. So on May the 7th, elect a First Minister that will save Scotland's NHS. Save it from an SNP government that is distracted and out of ideas. Save it from a culture that protects reputations and institutions before patients. And ultimately, save it from incompetent SNP ministers who will always put political advantage before our health service. And friends, nowhere is that clearer than the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital scandal. The most shocking failure in the history of devolution. This SNP government's rotten culture runs from the absurd to the unforgivable. This is a government that's willing to paint windows on a ferry and fake a launch. But it's also the same government that put political pressure on a hospital to open before it was ready. They put politics before patient safety, and people died as a result. Shameful, disgusting, unforgivable, and it proves they are unfit for office. And you know, And you know, despite that scandal, no one has ever taken responsibility. No one has been held accountable. No one has been sacked. Instead, grieving families were treated with contempt, offered ice cream and trips to Disneyland in exchange for their silence. Just imagine how rotten a government has to be for them to think that was even normal. But it's a symptom of a wider culture of secrecy, cover-up, and buck-passing, and it points to a deeper problem in our NHS. Too many managers, not enough frontline staff. Too much power protecting the system, not enough focus on the patients. So renewing our NHS and building a better future means taking on those vested interests, and that is what I will do. So I make another promise. As First Minister, I will rebalance the system so it is back on the side of patients. And that is why, in honour of Millie Main and all the families impacted, I will pass Millie's Law so truth and justice will always prevail. But we will go further. I will scrap failing health boards and create a new system of governance rooted in transparency, accountability, and effective delivery. And ultimately, I will give our NHS back to the people it actually belongs to. Not the managers, not incompetent SNP ministers, but back in the hands of the patients, the staff, where our NHS belongs. And friends, if I could, I want to say something directly to every family impacted by the QEUH scandal. For 8 years, we have fought for the truth. And throughout that time, your bravery, resilience, and grace has been an inspiration in the darkest of times. I know your pain and your struggle. And so my promise to you is this. I will not give up, I will not rest, and I will not stop until you get the truth and justice you deserve. So, Conference, this election is about beating the SNP, fixing their mess, and building a better future. And let's start with just one example. Everyone in this room and right across Scotland knows someone stuck on an NHS waiting list. Everyone knows the anxiety and the pain and the stress of being told to wait and wait and wait. That's why, as First Minister, I will declare on day one of a Scottish Labour government a national waiting times emergency. And unlike the current SNP government, when we have a national emergency, we'll take the action to address it. So I will do whatever it takes to bring down our NHS waiting lists. That means we will change the system so that money will follow the patient, so people can get treatment wherever there is capacity, anywhere in the system, anywhere in Scotland, elsewhere in the UK if needed, and yes, if necessary, in the private sector. Because people should not be forced to pay out of their own pockets to get the care and treatment they're entitled to on the NHS. Because under the SNP, the very founding principles of our NHS are being undermined. They've created a system where those who can pay go faster and everyone else waits longer. Well, I know you and I will not let that stand. That is why Scottish Labour will fix the SNP mess by cutting waiting lists. We will get the basics right by ending the ATM rush for a GP appointment and by bringing back the family doctor. And we will build a better future by using technology to deliver faster diagnosis and faster treatment. That's how we give you an NHS that works for you and your family. And friends, we know that none of this works. Our NHS doesn't work without our amazing NHS staff. So I am determined to make sure the doctors, nurses and radiographers we train today are saving lives in Scotland tomorrow, because the future of the NHS depends on the people who work in it. That's why Scottish Labour will always back staff and patients every step of the way. We will fix the SNP's mess by ending the scandal of poor workforce planning. Scotland has high vacancy rates across the NHS, while too many nurses and doctors struggle to get the training places and the career pathways they need. That's a failure of planning, and patients and staff are paying the price. So we will get the basics right by treating NHS staff as the precious resource they are. That means flexible working to retain experienced staff and support families. It means proper planning so that training, recruitment and career progression finally line up. And we will build a better future with a 10-year NHS workforce plan designed with the professions, linking university places, true training posts and long-term careers. But we also need fairness. So a promise that I make is that a Scottish Labour government will always maintain free university tuition. But when it comes to our NHS, if we pay for your training here, we will expect you to stay here. So we will change the rules so any Scottish medical, dental or nursing student on a publicly funded place will, after graduating, be expected to work in Scotland's NHS and social care system for at least 5 years, or they will have to repay their tuition and bursaries. Because if working people in Scotland, through their taxes, rightly invest in training you, then they should benefit from your skills too. That is fairness for the taxpayers. It's fairness for patients, and it's fairness for the NHS staff, and that's how we build an NHS that works for you and your family. And friends, it's been more than a decade since Nicola Sturgeon, anyone remember her, said education would be the SNP's top priority. She promised to close the poverty-related attainment gap. And can anyone guess who she put in charge? John Swinney. So what's his record? The attainment gap is still here. Universities are under severe financial pressure. Colleges have been squeezed for years. There are not enough apprenticeships, and 1 in 6 young people are not in education, employment, or training. That's not a record to defend, it's a record of failure. But how can John Swinney's legacy as Education Secretary be summarised? Let's never let him forget that he was the man who shamefully downgraded the results of working class kids during the pandemic. He ignored the judgment of teachers, and he made the poorest pupils pay the price. Unforgivable, and again proving that he is unfit for office. So this is what Scottish Labour will do. We will fix the SNP's mess by restoring order, discipline and ambition in our schools. That means tackling poor behaviour in classrooms, and it means backing teachers on discipline, and yes, it means banning mobile phones in schools so our young people can focus on learning. And we will get the basics right by making sure every child is ready to learn. So no child will start school hungry in Scotland, because we will deliver breakfast clubs in every school across Scotland. And that means a renewed focus on reading, writing, maths and science. And we will build a better future by giving young people a clear path into skilled, secure work. We will protect free tuition and reform college funding so it matches the needs of industry. But we will go further, and we will create 9,000 new apprenticeships in key growth sectors, making a clear commitment to every young person who wants an apprenticeship. Scottish Labour will make sure you get one. Because Scotland has huge opportunities ahead in defence, clean energy, and advanced manufacturing. The jobs of the future can be created here and filled by workers from here. Yet too often firms are recruiting from abroad because this SNP government fails to train enough people at home. And it's our working class young people who pay the price. For too long, the SNP has looked down on vocational routes, undervalued trades, and neglected colleges and apprenticeships. So with Scottish Labour, that snobbery will come to an end. We will back our colleges and invest in the training needed for the high skills and the high paid jobs of the future. And we will give young people the skills they need to seize the opportunities ahead. That is how we raise standards. That's how we deliver justice for working class families and how we guarantee better opportunities for all our young people, bring back ambition and get Scotland working again. But for that opportunity to be realised, people need to feel safe in the classroom, safe at their work, and safe in their communities. But far too many communities are living with antisocial behaviour, shoplifting, and serious violence. The SNP have taken police off our streets, closed police stations, and left communities to deal with the consequences. And at the same time, violent crime is up. Violence against women and girls is up. And rape and attempted rape is on the rise. People feel like shoplifting has been effectively legalised because too often criminals think nothing will happen. That is what the SNP's soft-touch justice looks like. So we will act. We will fix the SNP's mess by restoring community policing. And a Scottish Labour government will put police back on our streets with a named community crime prevention officer in every ward across Scotland. That means someone local that people can contact, people can trust, and people can hold to account. We will get the basics right by making sure more police time is spent on the streets, not in the courts or in A&Es. Because right now, too much police time is taken up responding to mental health crises. That's not right for the police, and it's not right for people in crisis. They need care from specially trained mental health professionals. So we will build a better future, by creating a new mental health emergency service so people get the right support from the right individual. And the police will be allowed to focus on preventing crime and keeping our communities safe. Conference, that's how we build safer streets and stronger communities. And we will also end the SNP's addiction to wasting your money. We will fix the SNP's mess by ending the culture of buck passing, waste, and jobs for the boys. Because instead of taking responsibility, the SNP have built a maze of arm's-length bodies, quangos, and committees so that ministers can avoid accountability and pass the buck. You know, Scotland now has more quangos than we have MSPs. There are 133 public sector bodies costing more than £6 billion a year. Now, some do important work, but too many duplicate each other, waste money, or act as a shield for incompetent ministers who do not want to take responsibility. That is not good enough, and with me as First Minister, it will change. So we will get the basics right by restoring ministerial accountability and ending the waste. A Scottish Labour government will reduce the number of quangos by at least a third. We will cut the duplication, we will take back control, and we will make sure decisions are made by the people that the public can vote for and the public can vote out. And we will build a better future with a leaner, more accountable state that spends more on the front line and less on bureaucracy. Because under the SNP, people are paying more and getting less. They deserve a government that is focused, accountable, and on their side. But let me say one more thing about this really clearly. If you are a public sector boss on a six-figure salary, do not expect any of my ministers to sign off six-figure bonuses and payoffs while you force families to pay more for worse services. Because friends, with me as First Minister, the era of SNP waste will be over once and for all. Scotland is facing a housing emergency. Fixing it is a moral imperative, but it's also an economic one. Because housing is not just a social issue, it is the link between social justice and economic growth. And the SNP's failure to build enough homes is holding Scotland back. It means young people can't afford their own home. It means rising rents. It means weaker growth. And it's resulted in the shame of more than 10,000 children with nowhere to call home. Now, when we raised this issue with John Swinney, he said, find something else to moan about. That's the voice of a man that has been in office far too long and of a government that has lost its way. Complacent, defensive, out of touch. So I'm not going to moan about it. We are going to fix it. We will fix the SNP's mess by treating the housing emergency like the emergency it is. That's why the government I lead will overhaul planning laws to unlock land and speed up approvals. We will get the basics right by building the homes Scotland needs at the scale Scotland needs. So I can announce today that as First Minister, I will lead the biggest house building revolution in the history of devolution. A Scottish Labour government will build 125,000 new homes over the next 5 years. And those new homes will be across all tenures: social homes, homes for rent, and homes to buy. And we will build a better future by changing how Scotland finances and delivers housing for good. So we will create a new housing investment bank to support long-term building. We will introduce a new £1 home scheme to bring derelict properties back into use. And we will establish housing development trusts with the power to act entrepreneurially and deliver homes in every region. That means thousands of affordable homes that cut waiting lists and help people save for the future. Because fixing the housing crisis is how we lift people out of poverty. It's how we create jobs and grow the economy, and it's how we give more families the chance to own a home. So that's the choice on May the 7th. The SNP, who declared a housing emergency, then failed to act, or a Scottish Labour government that will get Scotland building again. And let me repeat what I've said before. It is scandalous that in a country like ours, there are people sleeping rough on our streets. So a commitment again I make is I will act to end rough sleeping once and for all. That's my ambition for Scotland. Homes to live in, jobs to build them, and a country where every child has a place to call home. But conference, everything I've set out today demonstrates the stark choice in 10 weeks' time. We can't get to fix the SNP's mess. We only get to get the basics right, and we only get to build the future that I've set out today if we remove the SNP from office. All of this comes down to one question and one clear choice: a third decade of the SNP or a new First Minister and a Scottish Labour government. The SNP don't deserve to win. Reform can't win. And in constituency after constituency and right across Scotland, only Scottish Labour can beat the SNP. So that's the choice on May the 7th. Fixing our NHS or more people waiting in pain. Safer classrooms and safer streets or more SNP soft-touch justice. 125,000 new homes or another generation locked out the housing market. Skills, apprenticeships and Scottish jobs or more of our young people left behind. A better future for Scotland with Scottish Labour or a third decade of SNP failure. That is the choice. The next First Minister will either be John Swinney or me. A real choice with real consequences. So, conference, we know what we stand for. For fairness, for justice, for ambition, for Scotland. And that's why we will fix the SNP's mess. That's why we will get the basics right. And that's why we will build a better future for Scotland. After 20 years of SNP government, Scotland needs change. And it's on us, only us, because only we can. 10 weeks to the election. 10 weeks until Scotland faces a choice. 10 weeks to beat the SNP. 10 weeks to elect a new government and a new First Minister. 10 weeks to build a better future for our country, Scotland. So let's get out there and win that future together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You all right?
That was really good.
You all right? Give him a wave. Give him a wave. See Willie there, Willie? Give him a wave. You guys up there, give him a wave. Give these guys a wave. Thumb up.
An inspiring speech and setting out very clearly what we're fighting for on the 7th of May. I'd now like you to welcome Jackie Baillie, the Deputy Leader of the Scottish Labour Party, to the stage.
Conference, it's great to be here in Paisley, a historic town at the heart of Scotland's industrial revolution. And on May the 7th, let's turn this town red and elect Neil Bibby and Paul O'Kane. Because in Paisley, just as across Scotland, we've been knocking on doors and listening to people. And I think it's fair to say they are well and truly fed up. And we hear the same things again and again. People on NHS waiting lists, left in limbo and in pain, unable to work or get out to see their friends. The difficulty in getting an appointment with your GP. Families worried about loved ones who need social care but can't get it. Nurses who are overworked and undervalued. Not all of these conversations are easy, and many Scots have given up hope. They feel abandoned. Do you know, voters under 20 have only ever known the SNP in government. They think that incompetence and decline are normal. Conference, we know the SNP have abandoned Scots. We see it every day. But reform is preying on them, seeding division and feeding off despair. A party of rebranded, recycled Tories who see healthcare as a business to be paid for and not a right. Reform cannot win in Scotland, and reform cannot beat the SNP. A vote for reform is just helping the SNP cling on to power. Conference, Scottish Labour is the party that created the NHS, and we will be the party that saves it. And I want to thank all of our hard-working NHS staff who go the extra mile each and every day because they are the beating heart of our NHS. And with our plans to train here and stay here, we'll guarantee doctors, dentists and nurses jobs in a way that the SNP has failed to do. As our first act in government, we will declare a waiting times emergency. Now, the SNP pledged to end all waits of over a year by March this year. They made the same promise, by the way, in 2022. That was to be achieved by September 2024. Do you know, they're really good at making promises, but they are absolutely rubbish at delivery. That's the SNP for you. That's the SNP for you, and no one trusts them anymore. And as I stand here today, more than 50,000 Scots have been waiting more than a year. More than 6,000 have waited more than 2 years. And there are now 786,000 on inpatient, outpatient and diagnostic waiting lists. Shame on the SNP, because these are people in chronic pain, unable to work or get on with their lives. Like Gerard, who's never taken a sick day from his delivery job until he felt crippling pain in his left leg. His GP immediately referred him for both hip and knee surgery. He's been waiting for nearly 2.5 years now. All Gerard wants to do is get back to work, but instead he is enduring terrible pain. As he put it, the NHS isn't working anymore. So a Scottish Labour government will make tackling waiting times a day one priority, ending health board obstacles and having the money follow the patient so we use all the capacity we have. Scottish Labour will fix the SNP's mess and get the basics right. And Conference, no one understands the value of time more than somebody with a cancer diagnosis. Getting diagnosed and treated quickly gives you the best chance of survival. But over the past 5 years, around 17,500 cancer patients waited more than 2 months for the treatment they needed. The SNP has shamefully failed to meet the 62-day treatment target for over 13 years. A Scottish Labour government will ensure that anyone with a cancer diagnosis is treated quickly, because we know it could mean the difference between life and death. So I will set out our plans in the coming weeks to transform cancer care in Scotland, because, conference, that is the choice here. Broken promises with the SNP or action with Scottish Labour. Now, conference, anyone who has been to A&E recently knows the pressure nurses and doctors and paramedics are under. Ambulances stuck on forecourts, patients treated in corridors, some patients waiting over 48 hours. That's 2 days for treatment. Many of those patients could be treated in their local community. But too often, Scots who try to call their GP at 8 a.m. end up in a queue listening to a holding message. And when they eventually get through, there are no appointments left. Now, the SNP promised 800 more GPs, but let me tell you, there are actually fewer doctors now in Scotland than when they made that promise. General practice used to get 11% of the health budget. Now it only gets 7%. So we will restore the family doctor and ensure that anyone who needs to be seen is done so within 48 hours. Now, the SNP has neglected primary care. Scottish Labour will invest in it. That's the choice, conference. Further decline with the SNP or investment with Scottish Labour. The SNP has also failed to tackle delayed discharge. Thousands of people are stuck in hospital because there are no care packages to help them return home. Now, at the start of this month, more than 10,000 people were waiting on a social care assessment or a care at home package. That's a quarter more than this time last year, and that number is going up. Social care is in crisis, and some of our most vulnerable people are losing their care packages. Overnight care, gone. Respite care, gone. In some areas, we are waiting for people to die to reallocate their care package. That is SNP Scotland, where support for the vulnerable is cut. Scottish Labour will tackle the social care crisis from day one. 1,000 extra care packages, step-down beds in care homes, and yes, conference, paying care workers £15 an hour. Because we know we cannot provide world-class social care if we pay care workers less than they can earn at the supermarket. So a Scottish Labour government will deliver a national care service worthy of the name, and we will work with the voluntary sector and local authorities to develop that in partnership. But we will do so because we want a Scotland where everyone can live in dignity. That is the choice, conference. Crisis with the SNP or care and compassion with Scottish Labour. Now, conference, Scotland punches above its weight in life sciences. Do you know, our scientists and our doctors gave the world chloroform, a cure for malaria, and life-saving penicillin. There is world-class research going on in Edinburgh, in Glasgow, in Dundee, in Aberdeen. But you know, we must go further. Because in England, the NHS app is mapping the DNA of newly born babies to assess their risk of disease. In Scotland, we're not doing genomic testing. In England, patients are empowered to book appointments, see their medical records, and sign up for clinical trials on this app. In Scotland, the SNP's snail's pace of change means we are a decade behind. We have some of the oldest and best medical schools in the world. We have universities with cutting-edge expertise in science and tech. Scottish Labour will harness this life sciences talent so patients can get access to the latest advances and the best medicine right here in Scotland. Because, conference, that is the choice. going backwards with the SNP, or building a better future with Scottish Labour? Now, conference, as I stand here, a mere 5 miles away from the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, I think about the families who lost their loved ones because the hospital was forced to open too soon. The doctors who risked their careers to raise the alarm and for so many years were ignored and gaslighted. Those families and whistleblowers who fought for years to get to the truth. Yet over the past few months, what we've seen is those in power scramble to shield themselves from blame, putting party before country, putting their careers before patients, putting power before accountability. And for many watching this unfold, something deeper has been shattered. And it's that belief that those in authority will always put patients first. So let me say this. A Scottish Labour government will not just fix the mess the SNP have left. We will work to restore trust. No fiddling with the data. Putting patient safety first. Listening to the frontline workers and patients who know our healthcare system the best. Because every day there are Scots trying to make our NHS better. The doctors and nurses who stay late after a gruelling shift to make sure patients get treated. The care workers who turn down a better paid job because they don't want to let their clients down. The patients who wait more than 12 hours in A&E and still thank the staff for helping them. So in 10 weeks' time, the people of Scotland have a choice, a real choice with real consequences. More chaos and neglect with the SNP, or getting the basic right and building a better future with Scottish Labour. We will declare a national waiting times emergency. We will end the Health Board postcode lottery. We will empower doctors and nurses. We will ensure patients are seen quickly. This is what Scottish Labour stands for. Not secrecy, not spin, an NHS that works for you. That's what's on the ballot paper on the 7th of May. And only Anas Sarwar can beat John Swinney. And it's only Scottish Labour that will beat the SNP. Let's do it. Okay, I have a treat in store for you now, conference. I have assembled a panel of candidates, but they also have a history and a career in either the NHS or social care. So without further ado, let me introduce, and hopefully they will appear from stage right. First panellist, Mike McCurdy, retired NHS surgeon, candidate for Renfrewshire North and Cardonald. Oliver Thomas, NHS consultant and candidate for Edinburgh North Eastern and Leith. Kayendi Manji, former head of dementia at Age Scotland and candidate for Stirling. And Elizabeth Carr-Ellis, campaigner on women's health and candidate for Fife North East. Okay, welcome all of you. I think the first thing I want to ask you is, from your perspective, what do you think is the biggest challenge facing Scotland's NHS and social care? Mike?
How to get it working again, Jackie? We all depend on and love the NHS, and we all depend on social care in our families, and it's not working. And it's very clear it's not working. And how do we turn that around? That's got to be working, as you just said in your speech, with the staff who are there. It's got to be working with the managers who are there. But we have to get it working again.
Okay, Oliver.
I think if you can't get in to see your GP, if you can't get in to see your dentist, if you are having a mental health crisis and there isn't capacity within mental health care services, you go to the hospital, and it's the provider of last resort. And I think that is the biggest challenge, because that is, and I say this as a hospital doctor, the hospital is one of the worst places to do almost all medicine. It should be done in the community, closer to home. So I think the challenge we've got is pivoting back to the family doctor model, someone who can hold those strings together, someone who can coordinate your care, someone who knows you and your family over generations. That is what the SNP have missed with the walk-in surgeries. People want continuity of care because it gives better care. It gives less care. You can have less medicine done to you inappropriately if you get that right. So I think the biggest challenge we've got is shifting that mindset from, oh, we're in crisis mode, everyone just go to A&E. That gets overwhelmed, bad care. We need to go back to the community, back to the family doctor, and that is how we fix things.
And that's exactly where we want to shift the balance of funding to. Yeah. Candy?
Absolutely. So I think in addition to those things, population ageing is a huge challenge. I think we often frame it very negatively, that we have all these old people. Actually, we're incredibly lucky to have older people within our communities, and that is a real gift for our society. But what we need to do is to address the challenges that presents, and that is absolutely within social care. So we need to have a fairly funded social care workforce who are valued, and we need to really shift the dial towards a preventative model where we have the third sector and local government working hand in hand to deliver that care in the community exactly where people are and where they need it most.
Great. And Elizabeth.
I now work for the NHS, and believe me, it's been an eye-opener. You hear about the pressures until you're in there, you don't understand it. So my argument would be we need to look at staff retention and burnout. I have seen 2 members of staff in just a short few months I've been working there leave because they can't cope with the pressure anymore. These are trained, highly trained, experienced individuals who can't face what's happening anymore. They can't do it. I'm seeing, for example, my job, I got told you press this button, that button, that button. Nobody explained the whole system to me to help work. A lot of it, it's making it up as you go along unless you're in a medical system. There's no proper training, you just get told what you have to do. Everybody is on banding, so you have to follow these rules and regulations, so it doesn't allow for any freedom in the staff, which again leads to burnout because staff feel stressed, they feel undervalued, and they feel they're not worth it. 2 people used to do my job. It's just me now. And I also have to work for another hospital as well, so it's not even me 100%. We can't continue like this. I'm seeing staff leave, I'm seeing medical staff leave, admin staff leave. We can't continue with a workforce that feels so demoralised and so let down by what's happening.
So let me ask you, if you were sitting in the chair of the Health Minister, what would be your first priority in the first 100 days of a Scottish Labour government?
Look exactly at the management of what's happening in the NHS and look at how we reform that. It's not the doctors and nurses. The doctors and nurses are doing brilliant jobs. They're getting paid very, very low for what they're doing, especially some of the nurses I work with who aren't even in as much as some of the managers that they work alongside. I'm seeing one of my colleagues is on the same band as a nurse who's saving lives. She's looking after 4 staff. How is that right? We need to look at how we fund the NHS better, how we use the resources better, and how we make our staff feel valued.
Okay. Candy, what would be your top priority in the first 100 days?
There's 3 areas.
Okay, 3. Okay,
I'm a politician, come on, give me a break. First of all, we need to put out the fires. So those are the things that are the GP appointments, the waiting times, the A&E waits, all of the things that are in absolute crisis, the discharge rates. We need to deal with that first. Then it's a little bit of back to basics, and it's about thinking about going back to the family doctor, investing in dentistry and making sure that we have dental provision. I'm having to travel to the next local authority to get a dentist appointment right now. That's just not good enough, and that is not a preventative model. We need to then look at how we build that future and spend time thinking about working through that whole term around how do we really push that dial on prevention. And it's not necessarily about thinking, it's about implementing some of the things that Christy recommended 15 years ago. Can you believe, Jackie? 15 years since Christy. We need to look at aging well in our communities. We need to look at community-based approaches to mental health. And that will really help us to shift the dial so that we can make sure that prevention is embedded in our communities and we are supporting the acute sector so that they're not constantly firefighting.
Okay. Oliver, what's your top priority?
Oh.
First 100 days.
First 100 days. Now, I was asked a similar question when I was first selected by someone about go on, you're going to do it, what do you fix? And I flippantly said, Wi-Fi, reliable Wi-Fi in a hospital. But I stand by that answer because we heard some incredible ideas from Anas about the new technologies that we can embrace that would improve patient care. But we're in a system where we use pagers because you can't get phone signal in all of the hospital. I've got 10 different computer systems I have to log into to try and get in, and we're running Windows XP, which is, all of these things. So I think the fact that we don't have working Wi-Fi in hospitals speaks to the chronic lack of investment in the capital spend. And it's been cut away and cut away and cut away. And we don't have those resources. So we cannot build the rest unless we get the fundamentals right. So within 100 days, we could do that. We could fix that. We could have reliable internet in all parts of all hospitals. I was a patient myself last year. I had a heart attack and I was in hospital. I couldn't phone my family from my hospital bed to tell them I was all right because I didn't have phone signal in my ward. This is ridiculous. We can fix this. It's an easy fix. And I think in 100 days, that would send a clear message to everyone. We understand the issues. We're going to get it right.
Excellent. Mike?
Great idea. I think for me, Jackie, and perhaps colleagues in the audience will have heard the same thing, I think there's a shakiness now to the social contract between the population and the NHS. We have been brought up, all of us, all our lives, to think the NHS is there to care for us. And currently it's not working, as I said earlier. And I think Anas's idea of a national waiting times emergency across all the areas we've heard, across mental health, dental care, GP appointments, 4-hour waits in A&E, whatever they might be, that has to be a focus of delivery, relentless focus on delivery of care. And changing the culture to think that's what we must do first and foremost. So that is my top priority for the first 100 days. Relentless focus on the delivery of care.
Well, Mike, before you agreed to become a candidate, you actually authored for us a really important report that was about the state of the NHS just now, okay, that outlined the scale of the task ahead. What was the one or two things that stood out for you in that?
Available in all good bookshops.
Shameless plug. But I would recommend that to everybody because it really sets out the scale of the challenge we face.
So I think one of the most astonishing things was that when we look at this, it's not for lack of resource. The NHS has more funding than ever before, actually has more staff than ever before. In consultant staff, 40% more than a decade or so ago. More reports, an astonishing number, 130 reports since 2007, one every 6 or 7 weeks. So we're not short of guidance in what to do, but we are not doing as much work as we were previously. We're not doing as much work this year as we were in 2018. So there's something has happened there. Now, I absolutely accept there's an issue about burnout with staff, but part of the reason you get burnt out is because you know you're not doing as good a job as you could do. And people become disheartened that every patient they meet has been waiting for a long time to come and see them. It's a very difficult place to start a consultation. I've been waiting months to come and see you. It's much better, and staff will feel better about their jobs if we get that delivery right. And that was the thing that really shocked me. Demand is actually pretty static. That's another thing that really surprised me. If you look at A&E attendances, mental health referrals, GP out-of-hours referrals, these things are static over the last decade. So it's not that demand is going up and resources are going down. There's something really wrong in that system, where we have the resources put in, where we have a static demand, and yet we're doing less. So we need to find those answers from the staff on the ground. I completely agree with that. And we need to begin to work together, politicians, staff. How do we make the NHS better? Patients and carers. And we need to, after that first 100 days, have a national listening exercise to hear from patients, their carers, their families. Where are the problems for you? We all know them from our own families, but let's get that information into the room and begin to design a service which is working for us all.
Great. You will have encountered, I suppose, professionally, whether it's in the voluntary sector or in the NHS or wherever, examples of good practice, good projects that you see that happen in a local area and that we don't scale up. You know, what would you want to see scaled up so that we don't suffer from pilot projects everywhere, but we actually mainstream them? Or is there a country that you would say, look at what they're doing, they've got it right? Kayandi, I'll start with you.
I mean, so many, and that is 100% my job. And I think we don't suffer from a lack of ideas. We do suffer from that lack of scaling up and that lack of commitment to models that work. The one that I will go to my grave for is community link workers, because it is such a low investment for such an enormous return, such a huge benefit. It is based within primary care, but it's making those links into communities, connecting people up, making sure that people have the support that they need that's not necessarily clinical support, and crucially, freeing up doctors to be able to address the clinical needs that they have. So it has huge impact, but what we see across the country is where those projects have been set up and have been run really successfully, they don't have the funding in order to sustain them, and they face cuts. And so we lose staff, we lose that expertise, and we don't have that model that is making such a huge difference for such a small amount of money.
Great. Elizabeth.
I got into politics through menopause. It was my introduction to how poorly women's health is treated. If I wanted to scale up anything, it would be the fact that in most surgeries you have one women's health specialist, if you're lucky. We have 51.1% of the population. Why do we have a specialist? Why is our health a speciality, a niche? We are half of society. We should have every doctor in that surgery should be able to look after women's health. And it's not just because it would mean women's health would improve. It would help free up the surgeries for men as well. I went backwards and forwards to the doctor so many times with my menopause before my husband, God bless him, realised I was going through the menopause. I dread to think how much money I cost the NHS. I was getting heart tests when I was fitter than I had ever been. I ran the Great North Run weeks after having a heart test. You know, it was a waste of money. I was physically fit, but was there. We need to have a more holistic approach to women's health as well. Women's health quite often gets siloed out. You have endometriosis, you have PCOS, your menopause, your pregnancy. They all work together. It's all our hormonal health. So if anything, I look to be scaled up, and I have seen this in some practices. My last one was absolutely wonderful. We had a brilliant doctor, male, who was expert in women's health. I would like to see one of him in every surgery, but I would like to see one of him in every surgery room.
Great, thank you very much. Oliver.
I completely agree that we're bad at sharing good practice. We are far too siloed in this country. And for such a small population, for 5 million people, we are too divided into different health boards. And if someone else is doing it, you can't do it. And it's all separated out, which is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But the time when it really worked, and I was really pleased it did, was at the very start of the pandemic. So I was part of a team in the hospital I was working with. We had acute physicians, we had infectious diseases doctors, the head of nursing, all these sorts of people. And we basically threw everything out and said, right, we've got this enormous wave of patients coming. We don't know when, let's be ready. And we completely redesigned services from the ground up. And we got rid of all of the bureaucracy and the red tape and the nonsense that we'd all been desperate to get rid of for years, but had met nothing but resistance trying to get rid of. It was incredible. And we all felt fulfilled. The burnout rate was lower because we all felt we were controlling the system. I am a firm believer that those closest to the problems have the best solutions. So what we have to do is listen to those people who are doing it every day and then take what's working. There's this concept of work as imagined versus work as recorded and work as done. And there's what you're meant to do, what you tell your boss you do, and what you're actually doing. And they're too far away because the staff know actually how to get the workarounds and work for the system. We need to be listening to them and designing systems around that and what actually works. And we can do it, we just need to listen to the right people to do it.
Would you agree, Mike?
Absolutely. And exactly what Oliver's just described has been happening across the NHS in England for the last 10 or 15 years. It's a scheme called Getting It Right First Time. Teams go around the country, speak to local clinicians, doctors, nurses, radiographers, whoever is delivering the care, and try and work out who's doing it efficiently and then share that best practice. We are excluded in Scotland from taking part in that initiative because of the political divide that seemed to be that border that divides the 5.5 million of us from the rest of the UK. And that's something I think that we in Scottish Labour can offer, which is we're open to ideas in the other parts of the UK, not always thinking how do we solve this just in Scotland. And if I can add one thing to that, just to demonstrate that point, the NHS app, fully functioning in England since 2019. But we're going to design our own in Scotland, which we won't have ready till 2030. Because we've got to do it ourselves, when the answers are just on the other side of the border. Total failure of imagination and total failure of ambition to do things well for the people of Scotland.
Well, we might have... We might have something more to say about that shortly. Final question to all of you. I'm struck by how stark the health inequalities are in Scotland. If you look at recent breast cancer screening numbers, those in our poorest areas are the ones not getting screened. How do we deal with that? How do we get through these health inequalities and make the health system for everybody? Mike.
So the Black Report, Jackie, was published in 1983 when I was a medical student. And we haven't made much progress since then. That was the first national report, buried by the Thatcher government, which laid absolutely clearly the difference between those who have least in society and those who have most when it comes to their health. We in Scotland have the shortest life expectancy of any country in Western Europe. And what we've got to do is, as I think Anas brilliantly outlined in his speech, is not just think about the health service and what we do, but the rest of what we know creates healthy societies. As we were talking about this morning, safe communities, better housing, better education, these all contribute to good health. Most of the World Health Organization's estimates put the impact of the delivery of healthcare at about 20 to 25% of health inequalities. The other 75 or 80% comes from education, fair employment, fair work, living in a safe community, access to good space, access to hobbies and other interests that lead to fulfilled lives. Then people take care of their health rather than going down a road of drugs and alcohol and the deaths of despair that we see too many of in our country. So health inequalities I'm passionate about. And what we need to do when we come into government, Jackie, is make it every minister's responsibility, not just the Minister for Health, but every single portfolio. How does what I do impact on the health of the country? Because
my medical centre was open every day before the pandemic. Now it's 2 mornings a week. If you're ill, you have to go over to Newport, which is great for me. I've got a car. It's a 5-minute drive. Newport's lovely. I'm happy. But the bus service is terrible. It's irregular. If you don't have that bus, if you don't have a bus at a time when your appointment is, it's a nightmare trying to get there. We need our rural communities to be looked after and taken care of. Also, on my women's health hat on, I took menopause into food banks because I realised there was a huge swathe of the community that aren't hearing the message. We see it on TV, but they're not watching those programmes. They're watching EastEnders, and I don't blame them. It's good at the moment. But I was talking about this to one of the leading food bank charities, and she says to me, these women have more things to worry about than menopause. These women have more things to worry about than their health. Tackling our health problem is not different to tackling poverty. It's central to it. If these women are fit and well, they can work better, they can work stronger, they can help their families more. Tackling our health is just as vital as tackling poverty. And the two go hand in hand. We have to look at them both together.
Okay. Thank you. Oliver.
Health inequalities in this country are a scandal, and it's something I struggle with enormously in my work, because I'm a kidney specialist, and we need to get you early, because we know we can make interventions that will flatten the decline in your function. You won't need dialysis, you won't need transplant. We've got to get you early. But we're in a system now where, because of waiting lists, because of how long the waiting lists are, we're firefighting. We are pulling people out of the river. We've got no time to go upstream and stop them falling in. There just isn't the capacity to do it. And so what that means is there are all these people who, I'm worried about them because they're not even on the waiting lists yet. They are the ones who are excluded or self-excluding from healthcare. And we're not able to make the effort to get to where they are. So I saw a woman in clinic a couple of weeks ago, and it was the third time we tried to get her in. The first two, she just hadn't turned up. And I spoke to her about it, and it was because we were scheduling the appointments at just useless times for her. She had a job where she felt if she took time to go to the hospital, she was worried she might lose her job. She couldn't get childcare. And she brought 3 children with her to the clinic appointment. She couldn't focus on her own health whilst trying to look after them. If you go to Holyrood to see your MSP or to watch a debate, you can put your child into the creche for 3 hours. But if you go to the hospital to try and prioritise your health care, you can't. You lose opportunities to go. Yeah. And so I'm worried that we're not meeting people where they are. So we need to make it as easy as possible to access healthcare. It's telemedicine, it's remote appointments, it's allowing people to schedule their own appointments. It's so hard to move an appointment. All of these things, so that the people who are being excluded at the moment can get into the system. Because as much as I want to get the waiting list down and worry about those, I worry about the people who aren't even on the waiting lists.
Last word, Kayende.
Thank you. So I think Mike's absolutely right. Life expectancy is a disgrace. But actually, when you look within life expectancy, that healthy life expectancy, the amount of time that we can expect to live well in our older age, is coming down. And that is a real indictment on the entire system. So it's a bit trite, but I have to take the opportunity since we're here. The best way to address these inequalities is to elect a Scottish Labour government on the 7th of May. And I would put that back to all of you in this room. Get out your phone right now, go on to events and find out where your next campaigning session is. Sign up to that, book one in the next week and the week after that, because it's not just up to the people that are sitting on this panel here, it is all of us. We as a movement are committed to tackling inequality. It is why we established the NHS in the first place. Now is our opportunity to go out and save that, and every single person in this room has a responsibility and an opportunity to do that. So let's go out there and let's deliver it.
Thank you very much to all of the panel. I think that's been a really useful discussion, and I look forward to each and every one of you being elected as my colleagues when we get into Holyrood on the 7th of May. So, we have a little bit of time, I'm told, where we can have a bit of a debate. And I will take contributions from the floor. Oh my goodness, the hands are going up thick and fast. I should probably put my specs on. I'm being told I can take 2 speakers. So, because she'll tell me off if I don't, I'm going to take Claire Baker. Okay, you understand that. She can get me in the corridor if I don't take her. And the gentleman in the front there. Sorry, I can't remember your name. Sam. Oh, Sam. Oh, there you go. Sam as well. If you can come up and be ready, Sam, to go straight on after Claire.
Okay, thank you, Jackie, and good afternoon, conference. I want to speak a little bit about healthcare in Kirkcaldy, because in Kirkcaldy and across Scotland, as we've heard, too many people are let down by the SNP government that talks about the NHS but too often fails to deliver. In Kirkcaldy, if you want to see a GP, you will be able to anticipate what has to happen. The phones at 8 o'clock are ringing off the hook, there's endless redialing, there's long waits, and if you finally get through, you might be told all the appointments are gone. And patients with long-term health conditions are losing vital continuity of care. Patients have to take time off for routine appointments from their work, and appointments are hard to secure, and even basic checkups can feel out of reach. That is not how an NHS, modern NHS, should operate. We have fewer GP practices, fewer whole-time equivalent GPs, rising patient lists, and a shrinking share of the health budget is going to primary care. That hollowing out has had consequences. Practices are stretched to breaking point, and when surgeries merge or close, as we've seen in Kirkcaldy and Leavenmouth, patients have to be absorbed into even fuller lists. And the crisis doesn't stop there. NHS dentistry in Fife is in freefall. Practices have closed or shifted to private provision, leaving families struggling to access care. Mass deregistration has taken tens of thousands off the NHS lists because dentists cannot be recruited or retained. And for long periods, no practices in Fife were accepting NHS patients at all. Thousands every day still call the dental advice line trying to register or access emergency care. And registration does not mean access. Nearly 4 in 10 registered patients in Scotland have not seen an NHS dentist in more than 2 years. That betrays the founding principle for NHS, which should be free at the point of need. And meanwhile, waiting lists have soared under the SNP's watch. Too many people in Fife are living with pain while they're waiting for hip and knee replacements or specialist treatments. Meanwhile, the National Treatment Centre is in Kirkcaldy. It's on their doorstep. And it was meant to increase capacity, yet some Fifers are still waiting years for surgery. And the SNP make promises. So Buckhaven might get a walk-in centre in 2007, but it doesn't make up for the contraction we've seen in GP services in Buckhaven, which is one of the areas of high deprivation across Scotland. And too often, plans from the SNP arrive late or they fail to meet the scale of the challenge. Satisfaction with health services in Fife is among the lowest in Scotland, and that reflects real frustration in our communities. And as we've heard this afternoon from Anas and from Jackie, Scottish Labour has a different vision. We will not allow our NHS to buckle under neglect. We will end the ATM appointment scrabble. We will negotiate a new GP contract that guarantees faster access and continuity of care. We will tackle the dentistry crisis head-on, rebuilding NHS dental provision, reforming the contract and making services available again in low-income communities that have been the hardest hit. And our commitment to train here and stay here will help address shortages. And we'll declare a national waiting times emergency, using capacity where it exists, so patients are treated sooner. This is about fairness, it's about dignity. And this is about the kind of health service that will treat every person as a priority, not as a statistic. It is what Scotland deserves, and only Labour can deliver this in May. Thank you, Conference.
Okay, Sam's up next.
Thanks very much, Jackie, and welcome everybody to Paisley. May I say, I work in the NHS. I'm a local Labour councillor in Paisley, so welcome, and I hope you come back to see us again. But what I would like to talk about, it's been well debated today, unfortunately. I need to say this because this is what our members have been asking me about, if we come today, what we could put across. So the debate about fixing the NHS, as we all know, it's been well debated today, and listening to it, and that really lifted me to say, right, we need to win this election, we must win it. The other thing is that the problems at the Queen Elizabeth University, the exceptions are what families have went through. You've covered that, and I know you've been involved in that, Jack. I've spoke to you quite a few times about this. My view is that...
If you speak to them,
sorry, right, I'm
we'll
going to
all
speak
hear
to
you.
Sorry, I've got carried away with myself now, right? But anyway, the thing in Scotland for me is that we've got to be clear about the problems in the Queen Elizabeth, and what is the specific plans we have to make that hospitals fit for purpose, i.e. like waiting times, and where will the funding come to ensure that our NHS in Scotland is properly equipped for the future. Now, I know what Anna said today, and I said I'm echoing that lifted me today, but the problem in the NHS, we can't miss the elephant in the room, is sometimes the way management deal with their staff, they don't get the best out of them. And we need to change that culture in the NHS. It's got to be changed, because that's the key, getting people on board to say, I'm valued, not devalued, and only Labour can deliver that. And I honestly hope everybody standing in the election for Labour gets in, because we need to get rid of that mob out in that Holyrood, because they're not doing nothing for working people. So, here we go. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Very well said, Sam. So that's it in a nutshell. If you care about the NHS, get out there, work for it, vote Labour, Scottish Labour, and for Anas Sawa to be First Minister on the 7th of May. Thank you, folks. I think we're going off that way.
Conference. Thank you to Jackie, our panellists and the delegates who participated in that debate on how we fix the NHS and we make it fit for the future. I'd now like to invite our next panel. Oh, forgive me, we're going to watch a short video.
This year, Scotland gets to make a choice not about the past, but about the future. A choice about the kind of country we want to be and who we trust to get us there. For too long, Scotland's been stuck with an SNP government that's more interested in blaming someone else rather than getting on with the job of fixing our NHS, fixing our schools and fixing our economy. 2026 is different. This is our moment to turn the page and choose a Scotland that works. A government that respects your money and gets the basics right. Not one that wastes billions of pounds whilst the grass isn't cut, our roads aren't cleaned and our public services are at breaking point. A government that treats every pound like it came from its own pocket and proves it by delivering decent services locally. This is what a Scotland that works looks like, and these will be my priorities every single day. A Scotland that works means rebuilding an NHS that people can believe in again. It means setting up our children to succeed and giving every child the best start in life. A Scotland where your children don't have to move away to get opportunities because the opportunities are here at home. It means safe, strong communities. It means an economy that works for working people, creating new jobs and new industries in every part of the country. Scotland deserves a government that fixes problems, not creates them, and one that focuses on delivery, not division. This is not about a government somewhere else. This is about Scotland. Our choices, our future.
I'd now like to invite our next panel, chaired by the Secretary of State for Scotland and the co-chair of our election campaign, Douglas Alexander, to the stage. Douglas will be joined by some of our fantastic candidates, Caitlin Stott, our candidate for Mid Lothian North, Kaylee Quinn, our candidate for Eastwood, and Jordan Stoko, our candidate for Almond Valley. They're discussing our plans to end the waste, fix the basics, and deliver a better future.
Kath, thank you for those kind words of introduction, and thank you for everything you're doing as one of our brilliant candidates in the east of Scotland. It's great to be joined with such an esteemed panel today. First of all, I thought Anas's speech was absolutely brilliant. We are so lucky to have Anas as our leader. His main theme in terms of the speech was, if you like, what's going to be the first challenge of a Scottish Labour government: fix the SNP's mess, get the basics right, and build a better future for Scotland. That's really the theme that we'd like to explore in terms of this discussion today. Why don't we start at the far end? Kaylee, talk to us in terms of when you hear that kind of frame of fix the mess, get the basics right, and invest in our future. What does that mean for children and young people in particular?
Well, almost 40% of the constituency in Eastwood have children who are school age or younger. So I see when it comes to fixing the mess and ending the waste, it's about ending the waste of potential for our children and young people. You have so many families who have got kids going through some of the best schools in Scotland in our constituency, but we have quite a high drop-off rate when they go to university because we're funneling people into this system, and I don't think that it's right for everyone. I think Anas said that in his speech, that we need more opportunities for people, different opportunities, and having those 9,000 apprentices in our growth sectors for the economy. And those are areas that I've worked in before in the energy and infrastructure sectors, so I'd be really keen to see that happen and for lots of kids from Eastwood to go into that path in the future.
Great. The East Lothian schools are quite good, but the schools in East Renfrewshire are amazing. Coming on, Jordan, your background in business, Given everything Anna's talked about in terms of quangos and, if you like, the need for efficiency, what kind of learnings do you think could be brought to the challenge of the waste that we see from the SNP government after 19 years?
Yeah, so I think the big thing is, Douglas, I mean, you'll probably see as many businesses as I do, and they just cannot afford waste. Everybody I'm going into, it's all about how do we do process efficiencies, how do we get more with less, and we probably see that in our everyday lives. So when I hear that we're spending £6.6 billion on 133 quangos and asking ourselves, what do we get back for it? It's like every project I ever do. And that's what businesses are doing, so we need to see that happening from our elected officials, from our government. So it's great to hear that ANAS is setting those really ambitious targets, because we know that some of them are good, absolutely. But if we can drop a third off that, let's take a third of 6.6. If we can do something with that £2 billion and then invest that into the frontline services that are then going to alleviate things for our workers who are struggling to use those services, that gets them back into work. That then starts to get that growth in the economy, and that's what businesses need. They need their staff, they need people who can work hard, who want to work hard, but are not getting serviced by basically all this waste that's happening across government.
Why do you think the SNP are getting it so badly wrong?
So there's a phrase in business that I use a lot with people called peanut buttering, yeah? And what they I know, it sounds a bit weird,
This conversation's taken an unexpected twist.
So if you think about it, right, you take your piece of toast, you're putting a bit of peanut butter over it, what you've got is a really thin layer, a couple of crunchy bits that kind of lift up. And what I see from the SNP government is that they try and do absolutely everything. They never say no. And the number one thing I have to say to every organisation I go into and work with is, you must ruthlessly prioritise. And they just cannot do it. And that's where a majority of their waste is coming from, is spending on things that never materialise.
Thanks, Jordan. So, Caitlin, one of the ruthless prioritisations for ANAS is going to be housing.
Yep.
He talked about this target of 125,000 homes. Given all of your experience and understanding of housing, first of all, why are we in the mess that we're in just now with the SNP? And what do you think could be different with a different government, a different approach?
Well, I think that housing is fundamental, it's foundational to everything we do in Scotland. If a government can't shelter its population and make sure those people have homes of their own, then why are they a government? That's basically what they're there to do. I think that the fact that the SNP have 10,000 children that are waking up every morning in a home that's not their own, 40,000 people on homeless, applying to be homeless is an absolute obscenity. I don't understand how you can get away with that. I think that the housing system as a whole is a kind of like, it's got loads of gears, and at the moment they are all sort of stuck. None of them are working very well, but they've had 20 years to fix that. Why is that happening? So I think that one of the things that is about Midlothian is that it's the fastest growing constituency in Scotland. We have more houses being built actually in Midlothian than a lot of other places. But one of those gears is infrastructure. So if we're going to use housing, the housing emergency in Midlothian is really kind of coming out through that kind of lack of infrastructure. So there's no roads. Well, there's roads, obviously, but there's no proper roads that people can use to get to work. There's schools that aren't being properly maintained.
I spent quite a lot of my life at the Sheriff Hall roundabout
in
Midlothian. Yes.
I've been spending quite a lot of my life at the Sheriff Hall roundabout too. So it's those kind of things, and that's the sort of thing that when you get good housing and you get well-planned housing, which is what he was talking about, then those things are the things that we get better.
And what do you think Labour could do to make it better? As in, what would a different approach begin to look like? Would it be infrastructure first, or what would a Labour government do differently?
I think that, as I said, with what Anas said at the speech, which is really important in my point of view, is a working, functioning planning system that looks at putting infrastructure first, and also as part of the development as a whole. And the other thing I think that's really important is make sure that that housing is affordable so that people can get in when they're young and get on the housing market if that's what they want. But ultimately, they get to choose the house they live in, that it's warm and it's safe and it's affordable, and that's what a functioning housing system looks like.
Okay, let's take this a bit more local. Kayleigh, in terms of East Renfrewshire and Eastwood, there's a lot of hard-working families there paying mortgages. Give us a sense in terms of what, if you like, respecting taxpayers' money would look like for a community like yours.
Yeah, so Eastwood is used to getting a really good service from our Labour Council. They've been audited as being one of the best in terms of delivery of service in Scotland and respecting taxpayers' money, but then they look at the national government in Scotland and say, what are they doing with all the money that they get? Because you look at our services that they're in charge of with the NHS and how many people that I speak to are on waiting lists or have had to end up saving up the money to go private, remortgaging an already expensive house in order to pay for care that they should be getting in our health service, and they want that sorted out. And I think that the workforce plan that Anas has set out and keeping doctors here when we train them is so important. And I'll admit that I did actually mention that policy on the doorstep yesterday before it was announced. Sorry. But it went down really well.
Jackie Bailey's listening. Jackie Bailey's listening. Yep.
It did go down really well.
This is the former candidate for
just testing.
Focus group. And it was
So,
well received?
It was really well received. People thought, you know, if we're going to pay for someone's education for a public service, then they should feed into that public service once they're qualified and not disappear off to Australia, Dubai, places like this, and serving those private healthcare systems.
So, Jordan, come to Amman Valley. What kind of difference do you think we could make to local services? One of the things we're all conscious of is just how the SNP over the last 19 years have cut local government services to the bone. What does that look and feel like in your community, and what would you want to see change?
So it's absolutely right. I mean, if you think, I read up the stat, so in West Lothian Council, our budget has cut by £200 million by 2028. So starting from 2027 all the way up to 2028, it'll be £200 million taken off our budget. I mean, we're now getting 500 million, you know, so it's a colossal amount. And then we talk about 6.6 billion, that's 13 times that you could pay that budget over again. 13 years of West Lothian's entire budget coming from the Scottish Government could be paid again. So the thing is, I mean, our integrated joint board, that went down to absolutely zero reserves. Zero reserves for something that's taking care of our adult social care, taking care of our primary care services. So it's things like this where a little will go a long way. So an extra million here, an extra million there will actually make a difference. And the thing is, it's not just about our councils and our local services, where obviously we want our roads fixed, potholes, #1 issue by far, and everything that we speak about. But our councils are so instrumental into, if anybody's been at the stalls today, you'll see our charity sectors in there, our third sector that is in there, and they rely on having strong local services available, and then they add on top of it, whereas they're now actually becoming the crutch that holds it up, because they're charities and they apply for funding, and that funding pot is just nowhere to be seen. So if you just think about making that ruthless prioritisation, taking that money, putting it where it's truly, truly needed, and where it can make such a massive effort to everybody's daily life, that's what's going to make a difference, and actually people will just feel better about life.
So Caitlin, talk to us about Mid Lothian North. What does SNP waste look like in your community?
Well, unlike Jordan and Kaylee, we have an SNP government. We have an SNP government for Scotland, yes, but we have an SNP council in Mid Lothian North. So while we have fantastic councillors from the Labour group who are working really hard, they're also dealing with the fact that the councillors making bad decisions. And that thing that Anas was talking about, getting the basics right, really sings large in that. So we are looking at things like bus services that are cut. We are looking at things like the council spending up to £15 million on an office refurbishment for them, when actually they don't have enough money to pay for social care packages, or they don't have enough money to make things just a little bit better. I think Mid Lothian has got huge amounts of potential. It's going to be the best place in Scotland to live, but we need a Labour government, and we need a Labour council, and we need a strong Labour voice in Parliament to do that. So.
Great. Well, listen, this is one of our shorter panels because we're slightly behind time. I would just make a couple of observations. One is, I started by saying how proud I am that Anas is our leader in the speech that he gave today. One of the other secret weapons we have for the next 10 weeks is the sheer quality of our candidates. So I would ask you just to show your support for our candidate for Eastwood, our candidate for Amman Valley, our candidate for Mid Lothian North, and then let's all get back to work. Thanks very much. And there was me thinking I was finished until Bernie told me I have to take one round of questions. So who would like to ask a question? Yes, gentleman on the front. Yeah, or you can just shout. Just tell us what the question is.
Here?
Yep. I'll pass it on.
Do you have a microphone?
I've got one right here.
Right, okay, I will shout at you.
Shout at me, not for the first time.
Jordan mentioned local government, right? The SNP have ripped local government apart over the last 15, maybe 20 years. Reform will steal our pensions if they get in, and I think we all know that, right? Now, two questions I've got really. One is, how are we going to repair local government and provide the services that all of us need and the NHS needs? Everything that's been spoken about today is provided or supported or underpinned by local government. And yet we've, only Jordan really, a couple of people mentioned councils before, but Jordan really kind of put in a very good point. So I'll get to the question, sorry. The two questions are, well, the one is, how are we going to repair local government and build the services properly that we need? And the second is, when you go onto the campaign trail, and all of you guys too, by the way, when you do that, will you support Unite the Unions? I'm from Unite the Union. I'm also a local government worker. Will you support our fair funding for local government campaign? Thank you.
Okay. Jordan, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks for the name check. So I think one of the biggest things that you'll notice with an SNP government is how they centralise everything. So everything has to come into the centre. Now, again, working in businesses, that's the wrong way to do things, because where things get done is out with workers, where they are, they know the best decisions to make. And that's why it's important that we decentralise, and then when we are funding local government, as we should, they've got the choices to make by themselves. Far too often, councillors are getting told, here's your money, and this is what you must exactly do with it. I mean, I spoke about our integrated joint board. They got £10 million clawed back because they didn't spend it on one thing when they had a plethora of other things that they absolutely could have been working on. And it's things like that. The central government don't always know the best choices, and that's why it has to be done by the people that we know, who know our area, and get that done. So decentralise, that's my big point.
Kaylee, you would add?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking there about some of the conversations that have happened this week about childcare and how the SNP are always looking for somebody to blame, and they can't blame Westminster for childcare because they're in charge of it. But they try to put the blame back on to councils. And the point is, you're not giving the councils the money to deliver the type of service that you've promised people, and it's another broken promise for families alongside the free iPads. My children don't have one. The free bikes, my children don't have one. And the free childcare from 3, unfortunately, we've not got that because the SNP haven't passed the money on to the council to deliver that.
Caitlin, anything you'd add from Midlothian?
I think that, again, where I'm slightly different from you guys is that I am in an SNP-run council, and I think that, as I said before, every single day I see when you have funding for local government coming from the central government and bad decisions being made, and I think that comes up again and again on the doorsteps, and I would definitely say come out and see the doorsteps in Midlothian if you would like to do a little bit of campaigning. We'd love to have you. But we see that every day. So the things that people bring up day in, day out are the basics. Why are my bins not being collected when they should be? Why did my bus service stop? Why is my school not at the quality it should be? And the fact is that over the last 14 years, the SNP have underfunded local government to the tune of more than £7 billion. And it's giving great local councillors like the Labour group in Midlothian impossible decisions to make. And it shouldn't be like that. You should absolutely have fair funding for local government. And for, in that case, yeah, I would support what you're saying.
Okay, let's take another question. Anyone else like to ask a question? This is very unlike the Labour Party if nobody wants to complain or ask a question.
Oh, we've got one.
There we are. Microphone coming towards you. Hello, Conrad. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Douglas. I'm following you around. The rural services. I live in rural Perthshire, and my colleague here are from the constituency of Perth and North Perthshire. And we need to really, as an incoming government, have a strategy about rural areas. We talk about it, but nothing happens under the SNP other than get votes. And it's important that this election, although we're in seats where we won't win the seat, we can get enough Labour votes out to win a regional seat. And we shouldn't forget rural areas have got Labour voters there and get no support, no help on anything in terms of services. So I'd like to see if there's going to be a strategy about Labour working with rural areas in the Highlands.
Okay, so let me say a word on that and then I'll come to the panel. Firstly, I'm incredibly proud, to call you a former colleague and President Comrade Ian. It's not every day that a former chair of the Labour Party and Cabinet member asks a question from the stage, from the hall in Paisley Town Hall. You're absolutely right. If you look at the work that someone like Torquil Crichton is doing at the moment, there is absolutely no doubt that we need rural voices across Scotland speaking to issues that are distinctive and often in economically challenged and fragile communities. I see in the rural areas of East Lothian how much, in particular, public bus services are a complete lifeline, and when they get altered or they get removed, then you have all of the problems of social isolation with the consequent impacts on mental health, public health and a range of other services. So first of all, I think there are many of us who get it and understand that the Labour Party, if we're going to be the governing party of Scotland, cannot be the party simply of urban Scotland, but need to represent people in every part of Scotland. Secondly, you're absolutely right. We are looking to win constituencies the length and breadth of Scotland, but we're also looking to win regional seats in the coming campaign. And in that sense, there isn't a single Labour vote that's going to be wasted in the course of the coming 10 weeks. So electorally and for substance reasons, we totally get what you've got to say. What's your view, panel, in terms of just the importance of those kind of services, whether it's bus services, whether it's public services, and the impact and effect they have in your own communities? Caitlin?
So I think that, thank you for bringing up bus services in particular. There's an issue in Midlothian at the moment with a bus service being cut, the number 46, which was, and people wouldn't necessarily think of Midlothian as being that rural, but in fact it's got lots of small accessible rural towns, but the reason why it's accessible is you've got a bus service that goes through all the various villages to the Tesco, to the hospital, and it is causing just such frustration and anger within the constituents because they're now effectively stuck, and it's people who are most vulnerable that need that bus service there. It's the older people and it's the younger people, and it's people who need to get to hospital, people who work in a hospital. I think it's something that I am really passionate about, and it's something that I'd look to change when I get into hopefully government.
Jordan, what's the situation now in Valley?
So again, it's built up of coal mining villages, mining villages, and the biggest problem there is just that isolation. So when the GP decides, we're just not going to be in this village anymore, what we'll do is we'll put everybody in another village, but we won't have a bus that puts it there. When the dentist decides he's going to leave because he's going to go to Bathgate because that's a bit bigger, but Falthouse has to come all the way out into Livingston to come all the way back into Bathgate, it's the next town over. It's so nobody's thinking rurally in terms of what has to happen there. And again, it comes to that decentralisation, getting the money out to where it needs to be. It needs to be, our rural economies and thinking about that regional wealth and how we're going to take advantage of that to really bring everybody into play. Because otherwise, as is happening in these places, if I go and look at the SMID data, it's the villages that just start to go down the tables, and then what happens is you start to get crime, you start to get all the things that you negatively don't want. So if we don't look after our people there, get them to where they need to be, then that's where we're going, and that cannot happen on my watch. So that's why I need to get elected.
Kayleigh, we often think about buses as being for senior citizens, but they really matter in terms of young people as well, in terms of both accessibility for being able to get to college or to university or to apprenticeships or whatever they're doing. What's your sense in terms of the impact of cuts in public services on local young people?
Absolutely, you're right about buses, because most of the young people in Mearns who are now they're adjacent to the sort of rural part of Eastwood. You don't think of it as being rural, but there is lots of areas, farms and smaller villages outlying the main population spaces in Mearns and Clarkston and Giffnock. But the teenagers who have jobs at Silverburn, for example, their Saturday job, their weeknights job, and they can't get there. There's no way for the buses to connect them to the things they actually need to go to. So I would like to fight for a bus that connects the communities within East Renfrewshire, and that's something that the council have passed this week in their budget, is to connect one of our rural villages, Eaglesome, to the rest of the constituency and the council area so that they can access services. But I would like to see the young people having something that they could get to Silverburn, that they could get to the airport, that they can get to town, and actually that the older people could get to the hospital and things like that they need to access as well.
I am so old that my dad used to get a tram from Eaglesham to his school. But anyway, I'll keep that private. I don't want anyone knowing that. Is there one more question before we wrap this session up? No, the Labour Party in Scotland is completely happy.
Oh, there, over there.
Oh,
up the top.
Up the top, yep. Don't know if you can get a microphone or just shout at us, whichever's easiest.
I'll just shout.
You're nice.
There he is. So we've seen through, for example, Labour government's brilliant Pride and Police programme with the theories of trust and power back into the hands of local communities. It's actually I'm studying for a dissertation at the moment, the link between political trust and where power lies. So I wonder if the panel have a view about how we can empower communities themselves to end the beliefs and bring back the basics that we're talking about.
Great question. Caitlin, do you want to give a sense what you think we could be doing?
So I am not only a Scottish Labour candidate, I am also a Scottish Labour and Cooperative Party candidate. And I was actually, not to be banging the same drum again and again and again, but I was speaking to them about looking at how you put community transport back in the hands of people so that people can look at how they have compulsory purchase for things like bus services in areas where it's a community asset. So I think that's something, and I think it's so important that power is owned from the ground up, and that people who maybe feel furthest away from the decisions that are getting made about their lives are brought closer to it and have a real sense of inclusion in those services. And it's why I'm a co-op candidate as well as a Labour candidate.
Jordan?
Well, you stole my line because I'm a member of cooperative as well. So I absolutely agree with everything that's been said there. So I'll kind of put a business angle on it. You know, gone are the days, or should be gone are the days, hopefully our unionist friends are helping us out in this, where it's all command and control and everybody at the top just tells you what you're doing and you get it done. Most of the transformations that I'll go in and do, it's all about self-empowerment. So it's self-organising, you know, and that creates high-performing teams, and that can happen in the local areas as well. I'm on a board of trustees for a community centre, for example, and we're doing a community asset transfer. And do you know what? It's scary for some people. You know, I've been through startups and stuff like that, so it's good that, you know, get into that entrepreneurial mindset, but not everybody's got it. And I think that's where it's not just about putting money into places. We've got to help people get into the mindset and have those capabilities and how to operate and actually thrive in these spaces. And we've been fantastic at it as a nation for centuries, so there's absolutely no reason we can't get it. We just need to get that little buzz back in our communities. And then to your point, if they've got the funding, if they've got all the resources they need, they'll make the right decision for where they are. So yeah, absolutely stick on with the cooperative stuff as well, which I know you're a member of as well, Douglas.
I am indeed. I was keeping that quiet, but you're absolutely right. Hayley, are you the fourth cooperator on the panel? Or?
I am, yes.
Excellent. So what would you say?
Well, first of all, I was going to say well done for asking your dissertation questions of the candidates in a setting like this, instead of the usual email close question that we get.
Right there.
But having worked in the energy industry before, then community ownership of energy, I think, is one of the best ways that we can harness that going forward, and how we use that energy within our communities to fund. So my husband runs a charity in the north east of Glasgow, and they've been trying to get energy projects off the ground to help them with their costs, bring costs down, and to give back to the community.
Okay. Our time is up. Listen, I've been so grateful in terms of the answers that you've offered. If I think about the kind of party we need to be in the next 10 weeks, we need to be a party rooted in our values, driven forward by our ideas, but sustained by local knowledge and a commitment to solve local problems. That's what we've heard today from three of our brilliant candidates. Let's show our support for them, and then let's get back to work.
Conference, thank you to Douglas and the wonderful candidates who took part in that debate. Please, as conference adjourns, stay. There is a reception for everyone up at the Loggia suite for you to enjoy, so please head up there. But before you go, I want to say thank you to everyone who's participated in the debates, all our wonderful speakers, and we have got 10 weeks to deliver a better future for Scotland, so let's go out and fight for it. Thank you, conference.
Can I just say a big thank you to the wonderful Kath Sangster for chairing this amazing conference and to all of you today. And before people head off, don't head off, because I think it is important to remind everyone what we're fighting for these next 10 weeks. So Kath is our brilliant candidate for Edinburgh East, Musselburgh and Trinent. What are you fighting for?
Safer classrooms for our kids and our teachers.
And can I have all candidates come up to the stage to remind us what we're fighting for?
For the future of our children in East Lothian Coast and Lammermuir.
To tackle poverty in the Cowdenbeath constituency. For working class communities.
For the next generation in Renfrewshire West and Leven Valley and across Scotland.
Safe modern play parks in Glasgow and Eastland.
Safer communities in Strathkelvin and Bearsden.
A ferry service that works for islanders.
Hear, hear.
I'm fighting for constituents in Perthshire North and a new First Minister.
For social justice in Glasgow Central and Scotland.
I'm fighting to renew our town centres and high streets.
For my children's future.
To get Scotland building again. For a truly just transition.
Fighting for this great town of Paisley and to make sure tomorrow is better than today for all our children.
So no child has to wait too long for ADHD and autism assessments.
For better maternity services.
To build the houses we need to ensure that every family has access to a safe, secure and affordable home.
For better maternity services for Scotland's mums and babies.
To sort out our high streets and town centres.
For a fairer future for Rutherglen, Cambuslang and Blantyre.
For a better future for our young people.
For my patients let down for too long.
For the thousands who wait more than 12 hours in A&E.
For an industrial strategy for Scotland.
For the 2,000 young people in Edinburgh in temporary accommodation who deserve a bright future.
A government that has at its heart public sector services and respects the voice of the trade union movement.
For more community police officers in Glasgow, Baillieston and Shettleston.
To fix Orkney's housing crisis.
For better jobs and fair funding for our communities in Clydebank and Mulgai.
A brighter future for Highland communities.
For everyone brought up on benefits like I was.
For safe and prosperous high streets and town centres across Kirkcaldy.
For a social care sector that is properly valued with a workforce that is properly rewarded.
For our local college and for young people's future.
For a bus service that is the best option, not the no option at all.
For our amazing charities, volunteers and community workers.
To build 125,000 new homes.
To get 10,500 kids out of temporary accommodation and into a secure home.
To make sure every child in Scotland has a safe, happy childhood and we keep Scotland's promise to our care experience community.
For our families and young people.
for fully funded local council services.
To bring Strathclyde's buses back under public control.
For a just transition and green jobs in the North East.
So I'm fighting to save the NHS, and I'm fighting the SNP to make it 7 in a row in Dumbarton.
For Scotland. And let me just say one last thing. We have got the best candidates of any political party in this election. We've got the best staff in any team of any political party in this election. We've got the best policy programme of any party in this election. So let's go and win that future for Scotland. We get a pause. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.